Testing, testing. 1, 2. All right. Okay, we got this. And we got this. And what else we got? Yes. We'll sit here for a few minutes and wait for others to show up. And in the meantime, let's see here. Let me just let everybody know that I'm online. Let's do that, shall we? Let's see here. Okay. Let's get this done. Oh, I misspelled it. MDZ79. Hello, hello. Gaming night. Ragnarok is coming. Yes, I know. It's coming Wednesday. Sup, Master Millions? What are you drinking tonight? Water. Lots and lots of water. I'll explain that shortly. I got a lot to cover today. I haven't done an on-camera 7thCast since April. Mr. Vincent, how's it going? We'll be officially starting in a couple of minutes. Just a couple of minutes. It's been a long time coming. Oh, we don't really do the Halloween thing anymore. 8th kind of outgrew it, so we don't fool with it. And besides which, none of the kids, nobody trick-or-treats in this neighborhood. All the parents throw their kids into the overpriced minivan / SUV and drive a quarter mile down the street to the McMansion neighborhood where all the rich people live and give out entire full-size candy bars. So, no one trick-or-treats in this neighborhood anymore. Is what it is. Oh, wait a minute. Magic powers. You told Bond that you chose to shave your head. This is true. This is very true. And as you can see, mullet! This is what 7th looks like when he's lazy and hasn't had a full year for it to grow out all the way down like I used to always have it. So instead, you got this. Mullet. So, and plus, if you'll see, there's lots of gray and silver in there now that wasn't there the last time I let my hair grow out. Nothing that a little dye wouldn't fix if I gave enough of a shit, but you know how it is. Anyway, it is Saturday, 6 o'clock, November 5th. Remember, 2022, and this is the 7thCast. As always, I am your friendly neighborhood host, your lovely neighborhood 7th. 8th is off in his room doing 8 things. Might end up going out with one of his friends tonight. I don't know. That boy stays out of the house a lot more than he used to now that, he's out of high school and doing his own thing. He's got his own job, going to be getting his driver's license here soon. He already passed the written. He just has to pass the driver's test. Got a car sitting out in the driveway. He just can't drive it yet legally. So that's pretty much it as far as how 8th is doing. Hi there, Titanfall Princess. Everybody knows that I know her real name, but I don't think she likes me to use it in public now. So, hi there, TFP. So, where have I been? Who am I? Well, you guys know that I've been working from home since a little bit before COVID happened. And because of the fact that I don't have to drive into the office and I don't really have to take lunch breaks and I'm on salary, the company enjoys my availability. Let's put it that way. So my hours have been kind of all over the place. And as far as like how much I'm working during the week. And on top of that, there's, some potential changes coming down the road that I'm waiting to see how all the pieces fall on that as far as like, what I'm going to be doing moving forward. But around May, I had another one of those really bad stomach attacks. And so it was about time for my checkup anyway, so head back to the doctor. And they ran a whole bunch more tests on me, and they're like, well, there's nothing wrong with your liver, there's nothing wrong with your gallbladder, there's nothing wrong with your pancreas, there's nothing wrong with your appendix. Took a poop test, didn't find any blood or cancer DNA in the poop test. We don't know what's wrong with you. I'm like, gee, great. And when I have one of these attacks, it's like right across here, everything just kind of gets really stiff and hard, and I feel this intense pressure, like something's trying to push its way out of my chest like this. And it lasts for about an hour. And when it happens, my heart rate shoots up. I break out in a cold sweat, and I have to go into my bathroom and sit and wait for it to end, and with a cold rag on my head to keep me cool. No problems breathing, no pain in the chest like a heart attack or anything like that. It's just, it almost feels like when you've had really bad trapped gas, if you've ever had that before. That's what it feels like. Well, because I was having these and they weren't sure what was causing it, they were like, well, let's go over the medicine that you're on now and make sure that you're on everything that you should be on. Oh, I see you're still on metformin. Guess what? Metformin can cause unpredictable stomach side effects. Let's take you off of that and put you on Jardiance instead. Now, remember how you used to only have to pay $2 for 90 days prescription to metformin? Well, guess what? This is $30. Great. Super. Oh, by the way, though, you'll lose some weight on this. You know why? Why? Because there's lots of things that you won't be able to eat, and you'll be having to drink water constantly, because one of the most common side effects of this medication are repetitive bladder infections and kidney infections. Super. So I get on this stuff. I start going to this stuff on taking this medication in May. And so, I'm doing what it says. I'm constantly drinking a bottle of water all day long. I'm drinking like 10 or 11 of these a day. And, the stomach stuff, the everyday stomach stuff subsided. And I didn't have another attack until last month in October. But it was a mild one compared to some of the previous one I've had. It still hurt just as bad, but it didn't last as long. And now they're starting to think that I have something called gastritis, where, instead of gas passing through the intestine and out the ass like it's supposed to, magic powers, it's instead getting trapped in various parts of the body, and that's what's causing the pressure to push out on me and cause the intense pain. And so, at least we have a better idea of what it is. Meanwhile, I know you can't really tell from looking at me, but having been on this stuff since May, I am now a little over 40 pounds lighter than I was the last time you saw me. I'm still a good ways away from my goal. I've still got another 120, 130 pounds to lose to get to that point, but it is seemingly falling off of me quite fast. So I'm happy about that. My shirts now hang really loose off of me. This is a 4X shirt, and as you can see, it's like a tent on me now. So here I am in my too large clothes with my mullet that's sticking out everywhere because of the fact that I let it air dry today instead of blow drying it. And so if I don't blow dry my hair, it starts to curl at the bottom. So I get all these little weird curls and shit. And so, you know, I'm just looking like your typical Tennessee hillbilly. So that's fine, because that's what I am. Let's see here. Thoughts on Sony making a PS5 detachable disk drive model, probably PS5 Slim. I've heard it. I've heard about it. It's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird thought, but I can understand from a fiscal standpoint why they're doing it. And, because I feel like when the PS5 Pro comes out, it'll be diskless. And so for all these people that bought the disc-based base unit that want to upgrade, they'll need to have a way to play their discs. So I get it. Let's see here. Yes, my hair got long. Absolutely. You got them follicles looking like Tiger King. Well, it's more brown and gray than blonde, but whatever. Whatever. So, what else has occurred? What else have I been doing? I haven't been playing a lot of video games lately because I've been focusing more on my musical aspirations. I am wanting to get back into recording music. And you've heard me talk about this for a while, but like a year ago when I started talking about it again, I had mentioned the fact that I don't much care for the guitar that I had, which was a $400 Ibanez that I bought over 10 years ago. It's like 13-year-old Ibanez that I bought for $400. I've never really liked it. Didn't like the way it felt. Didn't have a good tone. I just generally didn't like that guitar. But it was what I could afford at the time when I bought it. And if you'll remember, my buddy Jeff, who helped do my intro music for the channel, he kind of showed up out of the blue and said that he was going to build me a guitar using the blueprints from my 1991 Robin medley that I lost many, many years ago because I sold it when I was out of work to buy Christmas presents for 8th. And I've never had a guitar that I liked the feel and the sound of as much as that Robin. And Robin went out of business back in 2010, and even then, buying new ones, they were charging $2,400 for them back then. And if I was to try to go back and rebuy the Robin I sold, it'd be $3,000. So that was out of the question. And right around when Jeff said that he was going to do this, he was getting in the middle of getting ready to go on a tour with his new band, and he was in the process of building his own professional recording studio. And I think those things they're taking up more of his time than he thought was going to take. And I certainly understand that, because when you got work and then you've got band practice and you've got touring and you've got building this super expensive state-of-the-art studio, that takes up a lot of your time. And so I knew that this wasn't something that he was going to get, done in 6 months or something. This was something where he was going to do a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit here and a little bit there until it was done. And he wasn't going to charge me anything for this either. And so that was over a year ago. And the last several times that I've tried to message him, he hasn't responded. And so I know he's super busy. And the last time I spoke to him, he said he felt that he could that the earliest it would be done was like holiday season this year. But I haven't heard anything from him since. And so I'm looking forward to this guitar eventually being done, because he's told me that he has the original Robin blueprints for my guitar, and he's going to make it as close to the same sound and feel as that guitar was, and it's going to be great, and I'm excited for it. But in the meantime, I need to be able to start recording now, because the problems that I've had with my health this year have kind of opened my eyes a little bit more about the fact that, none of us are here forever. And if, I'm not a great singer and I'm not a great guitar player, but I want to at least get a version of these songs actually made before I'm gone. So I'm feeling like I have to start working on it now because I have a whole notebook full of this stuff. Yeah, I could probably fill 2 albums with the number of songs that I have. And so, I upgraded my studio software, got me a audio interface, and of course I've shown you guys my foot pedal and everything. But I was in a conundrum because I certainly didn't have $3,000 to buy a Robin guitar, and I wasn't going to try recording an album with that shitty Ibanez. And so I started, and I never knew when I was going to actually hear back from Jeff. I needed something that wasn't going to break me in the bank, that could tide me over until Jeff was done finishing my dream guitar. So I started doing a lot of research. I went and found all the original specs of the Robin, and I had them written all down, and I started going through all the currently new model guitars to find a guitar that was as close to the specs of my Robin as I could get. And I didn't find an ideal match, but I did find something fairly close that was surprisingly cheap. I got a really good deal on it. Those of you who follow me on Twitter, you've already seen a picture of it. I don't know if you can see it from here. No, you cannot. I'm blocking the view. Hold on a second. I do believe I can reach it from here. Come here, guitar. Come here, baby. Here we go. This is what I settled on. This is a Schecter Banshee GT6. The neck is wider, I feel, than my Robin was. So there's a little bit more room that I have to maneuver here. I think the Robin neck was a little bit thinner all the way up to the base. But if you look at this neck, I feel, is slightly thinner than the Robin one was. And whereas the Robin had jumbo frets, this one has super jumbo frets. So the action on this is just incredibly low. I mean, I barely have to put any pressure at all to hit a note on this. So, that's nice. It's got EMG active pickups on it. So, it's got a battery slot on the back. A 9-volt battery for active pickups. I've never actually owned a guitar that had active pickups before, so I'm sure I'm going to have to get used to that. But has that same kind of wood grain finish that my Robin did. But instead of a Kaler Spider, it's not the greatest trim low. It's Floyd Rose Hot Rod Special, which is like their cheaper Floyd Rose. But I took the whole guitar apart and I played around with it and recalibrated everything. And now she's a beaut and she stays in tune. And she has fantastic tone, especially when I've got it running through this Boss ME80. I can get just about any kind of sound out of this thing that I want. And I know when you look at it, it looks like it's a one piece, but it's not. It's what's called a set neck. They just have it covered over where you can't see it, and instead of having a bolt, big square here with a bolt, they've got this additional smoothness of the cutaway, which gives you much closer, easier access to the top frets. And then you've got a little additional cutaway here, which is kind of cool. But it has a really, really smooth feel to it. It's not like playing a maple neck, though. It's not that smooth. There's still some texture there, which is good because it keeps you from kind of sliding up too much. But instead of having the bolt-on square on the back, they kind of borrowed from Fender. And so now, they've got this same little open nut for the truss rod right here. Instead of having to open it up way up there and cranking it, you've got easier access to it right here. So there you go. It's even got racing stripes on it because of how fast it is. So it's a beautiful guitar, and the tone of it is not as good as my Robin, because my Robin had 2 single wounds and a humbucker, and this one is just 2 humbuckers, so I don't have as much play with the tone that I get out of it, aside from what I can conjure up with the foot pedal. However, it's a lot more. You get a lot more output from it because of those active pickups, and so it doesn't feel as good as my Robin, but it was as close as I could get it without having to break the bank and go to some prestige boutique custom builder to build me exactly what I wanted, which is what Jeff is supposed to be doing right now anyway. And so, it was well under $1,000. I didn't spend anywhere near that much on it, and it's been a while since I've been playing regularly, so I've just been building my calluses back up so that I'm in better playing condition for when I start recording, which I intend to start recording in a couple of weeks, because I'll have 7 days off for Thanksgiving break, and then I'll work 2 weeks, and then I'll have the entire second half of December off. So I'll have like 17, 18 straight days off, and that's when I'll be doing a lot. I'm going to be testing all of this with a test song. I don't want to waste one of my own songs on testing and calibrating all this, so I'm going to do a cover for it. And so I don't get into any kind of like legal or copyright stuff, I'm gonna cover the song of a friend who I know won't care. So those of you who follow the people that I'm friends with and that I watch, you may know what that song is going to be. It is Christmas themed, and I intend to start working on that in another couple of weeks. And hopefully I'll be able to get the whole song recorded and mixed within 7 days. So that's going to be fun. Anyway, that's everything that's gone on with me. I'm still greatly looking forward to hearing from Jeff, because if there's anyone out there on this planet who could recreate a Robin medley that feels and plays and sounds like a Robin medley, it's Jeff. And so I'm really excited about that. He knows how much it means to me, and I don't really deserve it from him. I haven't seen the man face to face since around 2014 or so. And we didn't part on the best of terms. And wasn't anything he did. But several years ago we made our peace over that. But at the same time, I'm over 1,000 miles away, and it's not like he could just drive over to the house and hang out. You know what I'm saying? He did talk about coming to Texas to visit me at one point, but it never came back up again, so I don't know. But I'm looking forward to whatever he comes up with, because I've seen he's shown off some of his guitars that he's built himself, and he does excellent work. So I'm really excited about that. But in the meantime, this one will get the job done. I'm going to put this workhorse through its paces. Anyway, that's pretty much everything that's happened since the last time I was here. As you guys know, since I forgot to mention it 20 minutes ago, this is a 3-hour podcast. It's going to run from 6 to 9 p.m. And you already know the donation stuff. I would appreciate it if you are going to donate that you use my Streamlabs. Don't as opposed to the smiling, the dollar sign, the dollar, whatever. And I've been so long since I've done this, I forgot my own catchphrases. Don't use Super Chat, because now that Screenwave kicked me out, I don't get paid monthly. I don't get paid until there's like at least a certain set amount of money in there. And so you could send me a super chat and it could be 6 months before I'd see it. So if you're going to do something, do my Streamlabs. That would be much better, thank you. But and I just noticed my Streamlab link ain't even up there no more. Well, ain't that just lovely? How did that disappear? That sucks. Where's my little dashboard? Let me see what happened there. Let me just take a look here. Huh. It's not letting me see it. As I recall, it's if I remember right, yeah, I think it's this one. I somehow ended up with 2 different accounts at one point. I don't know how it happened. And now I don't really remember which one is the good one and which one's the bad one. I can't remember. I think it was streamlabs.com/7th level reviews. I think that's what it was. I mean, if you want to donate and all you can use is the gray button with the $sign on it. There, I remembered. You can do that, but would prefer the Streamlabs. That's the real reason why I haven't streamed since April. I was giving you guys enough time to save up to donate to me. I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding. So let me catch up. That's everything. So let me catch up here. One of the reasons that I haven't been streaming as much is with this stomach problem, and with the medication that I'm on. You know, what happens when you have to drink water all the time? You have to take a piss all the time. And when you're having to hold that much piss because you're sitting for 3 hours on butt cheeks that aren't as big as they used to be, so there's not as much padding back there, you start to hurt a little bit more than you did before after 3 hours of sitting. And when I already sit in a recliner 9 to 12 hours a day doing my work from home for my company, well, I have a sore bladder and a sore ass almost all the time. So that's another thing. My acoustic broke 2 years ago. Oh, sorry to hear that, Titanfall. You know, you can get an electric guitar that's pretty kick-ass for like $150 nowadays. There's a company out of Europe that's called Harley Benton, and they make electric guitars that are like super cheap, but they're the same quality as a guitar you might pay $500 or $600 for here in the United States. It's freaking astounding how they get away with it. The only problem is you have to have them shipped from Europe because none of the music stores carry them in the States. So you just have to order it from Europe and then they ship it to you. But you could buy, you know, a little $150 guitar from Harley Benton and then buy you a little $150, $175 practice amp like this Fender Mustang that I have back there, and you'd be able to do a lot more than that with that little acoustic you had. Hi, Enemy. Hi, Chan Man. Hi, Smithy. Yes, you see long hair on 7th. I've got a mullet now. Where have you been? You've not streamed for months. Well, you kind of missed that. I explained all that already. I range from anything to everything, and yes, gray button with a dollar sign on it. I don't know how to play a guitar. Well, what'd you have one for then? Was it for bashing the boyfriend over the head when he misbehaved? Jeff Jarrett style? Is that what it was for? Had to put my dog to sleep. Died in my arms. Very sad. Well, I've been through there. I've been through that. I know what that feels like. I had to put one down right at the start of COVID, like around February or March 2020. They wouldn't even let me go in to be with him. So they basically came out to the car, took him out of the driver's side window, and as they were carrying him away, he kind of went like this at me, and then they took him into the door and he was gone. So that felt great. But we have a new dog since then, which doesn't replace him, but, you know, that's how it goes. You dog owners, you know what that's like. So, what do y'all want to ask me about? Questions. There's been lots of video games that have come out and movies that have come out since the last time I was on here. Surely you want to know my opinion on some of these. Surely. No? You guys know how this works. I'm not one of these podcasts that comes out and has a freaking notebook full of stuff that is my canned entertainment content for the night. I don't do that. My content is based on you. So you got to ask me questions, or we're just going to be staring at each other through the screens. Thoughts on new Tales from the Borderland game? I didn't buy it. First question is something I haven't played because I wasn't particularly fond of the first one. Sure, the story was fun because it was a prequel that dealt with Handsome Jack and whatnot, but I don't dig that company's gameplay. You know, it's like a point and click adventure that's been really, really stripped down to its basic elements. So I don't really like them. Thoughts on Top Gun Maverick? I had the opportunity to see Top Gun Maverick at the theater, and I loved it. And I bought it on Amazon Prime when it came out, and I watched it again, and I still loved it. That's probably one. I mean, yes, it repeats a lot of the same story beats as the first film, but I don't care. I'm relatively easy to please, and that one ticked all the boxes for me. It's probably one of my favorite sequels of all time, like right up there with Empire Strikes Back. It was just good. It was fun. It felt like a worthy sequel because you have so many of these ones where they wait all this time and they bring out a sequel to it and it doesn't feel a damn thing like the original film, and they fill it with a bunch of political statements and undertones and all that. This was just a fun return to form. If it wasn't for the fact that I know Tony Scott is dead, I would have swore it was him directing it. It was that close in feel to the original film, and I really, really enjoyed it. Let's see here. What are good ninja movies? Because I watch a lot of Akira Kurosawa samurai films, but can't find ninja movies. Ninja movies were not as popular, I don't think, in Japan as they were in the States during the 80s. So you go looking for ninja movies, and most of what you're going to find are films that were made in the U.S. or made by U.S. production companies. My favorite, as cheesy as it is, was from 1981 from Golan Globus. eventually canon films, I think. Enter the Ninja. The Ninja is a white dude. I think a Greek actor, Franco Nero, plays the White Ninja, but his villain is played by legendary Sho Kosugi, and all of the sequels pretty much starred him instead of the white guy. So you had Revenge of the Ninja, Ninja 3: The Domination, Nine Deaths of the Ninja. There was like several of them, and it was Sho Kosugi, and he is amazing. Sho Kosugi is amazing. Love him. But I love Enter the Ninja because it had some really fun kills, and you got to see all the different gear that he used and everything. It was really neat. In case you forget, Titanfall, back in the day, there was that movie that was produced by the Wachowskis, Ninja Assassin. That one's pretty good, but it uses a lot of CG that they were doing practical back in the 80s, so I don't really understand the use of CG for some of the weapons in that movie, but I still like it. Scott Adkins made a couple of ninja movies, and while they're low budget, I thought both of them were really good. If you look up Scott Adkins Ninja, you should be able to find it somewhere. Let's see here. You've got to check out... Wait a minute. My dad became homeless when you went away, so I've not kept up on anything. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. That sucks. What's he doing? I mean, is he living out of his car, or is he at the YMCA? What's going on? Let's see here. Top Gun Maverick is what Hollywood forgot to be. You're not wrong. Do you agree with Black Bond that gaming has gotten less interesting and less exciting? To some extent, yes. And to some extent, no. I do think that it's been a long time since a non-multiplayer new genre has come along. And that's one of the reasons why things have gotten a little stagnant, is that most of the new genres that are springing up, they're all wrapped around multiplayer and asynchronous multiplayer and all this different stuff. And so everyone, while there's been new IP created, those IP are still subsisting within genres that have been around for decades. So that's one reason why you might feel that, is because, the dressing is different, but the main course is the same. Hi, video game lover. Let's see here. Car, YMCA, Walmart, parking lots, anything. I understand. I've been fortunate that I've never had to live that way, but I've had family members that did, so I get it. And I wasn't laughing at you, Chan. Another thing that happens with this medication that I'm on is it can mess with your mental acuity. And so it's like, when you replied to that, I thought it was a reply to the whole Black Bond video game thing at first. And then it clicked on me that you were telling me where your dad was. And so sorry about that. But that's the kind of stuff that happens with my brain now that I'm on this stuff. And it's also why I have to keep drinking water. Because if I don't drink water, not only am I more than likely to get a kidney infection, but I also get kind of loopy up here. But, I have been losing weight, and hopefully another year or two from now, I'll be back down to my, 185, 190 pounds that I'm wanting to be. Let's see here. Could God of War upset Elden Ring as Game of the Year? It very well could. It very well could. We shall see. It's definitely going to be between those two, though. This ain't going to be something, I don't think, this year where some little indie darling sneaks up and surprises everybody. One month later, and I don't know what film was worse, Jeepers Creepers Reborn or Halloween Ends. I am proud to say that I have not watched either one of those. I did go see Black Adam, and I really liked it because I went in expecting it to be to have the same tone, more or less, as the Shazam movie, but more violent. And that's what I got. I wasn't going in there expecting it to be this deep, serious thing like everything DC has put out with the exception of Aquaman and Suicide Squad. I was expecting something goofier, and that's what I got, and I enjoyed it. I really liked it. My vote for best horror film this year, as far as Halloween goes, is Terrifier 2. Holy shit, what a vast improvement over the original, and I loved the original. Terrifier 2 is so good. If you haven't seen it yet, good God. It's available on the Screambox app, which you can get as a plug-in for your Amazon Prime. And I must admit that I had already seen it prior to that. And it was totally by accident. I didn't mean to sail the high seas. It just happened by accident. It was like 2 a.m. and I was sitting there trying to fall asleep because another problem I have nowadays is I don't fall asleep easy. I really have to struggle to get myself to fall asleep. I don't know why. But I was sitting there skimming through YouTube trying to fall asleep, and I just watched a review of Terrifier 2. My recommended refreshed when I came out of that video, and it said Terrifier 2 full movie. And usually I ignore those because it's usually a lie. It's usually just a screen cap from the movie, and then there's a link that you're supposed to follow to watch it, and it's all bull. But I thought, and I clicked on it, and it was the full movie in Blu-ray quality. And so I watched it. I'm so guilty. But I made it up to them because I have a Screambox subscription, and so I watched it again as soon as it hit Screambox. And this one I'm buying on Blu-ray because, good God, that's the most fun that I've had watching a slasher since probably Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Oh my God. And it's one of the goriest films that I've ever seen. It didn't have an effect on me because I'm desensitized as shit. But I can understand why people were fainting and throwing up at the theater. Cause good Lord. And it's all practical. There's no CG gore effects in this movie. It's all practical. And he's my favorite. Art the Clown is now my second favorite behind Robert Englund as Freddy as far as slasher villains. Art the Clown has gotten my vote. I love that character. He doesn't even talk, but the actor that portrays him elicits so much through his facial expressions and through his pantomime and comedy that even when he's doing these horrible, brutal, sadistic things, you just love him. You just gotta love him. So if you haven't watched that yet, you really do need to watch it. It's fantastic. I'm 100% sure that Elden Ring is going to win Game of the Year. It's entirely possible. But I still feel that God of War is a little bit more on the mainstream side of things than Elden Ring is, because Elden Ring still leans a little too far into the Dark Souls territory. So we'll see. If you'll remember, in 2018, Red Dead Redemption 2 was the front runner, and what beat it? God of War. Have you seen that Wild West vampire hunting game? Oh, you mean Evil West? Yeah, I have that pre-ordered for 8th for Christmas. Shh, don't tell him. Don't tell him. Let's see here. Hellraiser 2022 was okay at best. Felt more like a suspense film than a horror flick. I think part of that is because it takes about an hour for it to start getting like the original first two Hellraiser movies were. I thought the production value was fantastic. The effects were fantastic. They had a lot of callbacks to the originals in some ways, and I didn't mind the new Pinhead. I really didn't, and the reason I didn't is because I don't know if you know this or not, but Pinhead in the new Hellraiser movie is played by a trans woman, and the original character that Pinhead was based on from Clive Barker's book was this androgynous female but not necessarily female creature, and she makes it work, man. She put in the work. I thought she did a great job with Pinhead. She has a different spin on it, and but it works. And the plot of it really felt like a little bit of Hellraiser 1 and a little bit of Hellraiser 2. And I liked it. It was slower moving, but still, I liked it. Hi, Clean Frame. Thanks, buddy. No worries, I sailed Love and Thunder. Well, I didn't sail Love and Thunder. I watched it on Disney Plus. I didn't go see it at the theater. I'm not going to be seeing Black Panther 2 in the theater either. I'll wait for it to hit Disney Plus because, according to social media, because of my skin tone, I shouldn't be there on opening weekend. So I'm just not going to go see it at the theater at all. I'll watch it from the comfort of my own home. Besides which, Chadwick is gone. Chadwick was what made the first one so great. And with him gone and them apparently focusing way more on the female characters of the film, so this is going to be yet another girl power movie, I just don't care to watch it. I'll watch it when I don't have to pay, $20 plus snacks to sit down and watch it. They don't want me there. That's fine. I won't be there. I was there for the first one, and nobody cared. But now, people care. So, whatever. Whatever. No hard feelings. I know when I'm not wanted, and I don't push that button. So, I'll just watch it on Disney Plus. Like I've watched most of the newest Marvel movies because, now I did go see Doctor Strange in the theater, and Doctor Strange, that movie to me kind of sucked. I didn't think it was all that good, which really surprised me because it was a Sam Raimi movie, and Sam Raimi almost always delivers, but I think he was too hamstrung. I think Marvel was telling him too much what he needed to do instead of letting him do what he wanted to do, and that's why you ended up with that movie. Ain't it weird that Marvel and Disney, or Marvel and Lucasfilm are both owned by Disney? Marvel, the director is told everything that they need to do in the plot. Right? Rian Johnson given free rein to do whatever the hell he wanted with his Star Wars movie, and boy, did that not turn out well. So, why is it Marvel, they have strict control, Star Wars is a free-for-all? Might be why y'all are losing so much money out there. That and that you're nickel and diming people to death in your theme parks. I'll never be able to afford to go to Disney again. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke. Wouldn't want to go there now, be surrounded by a bunch of stuck-up rich pricks walking around smelling their own farts and taking selfies and posting, to everybody to show them how rich they are, that they can still afford to go to Disney. Fuck you. Fuck you. How's Texas treating you? I'm just fine. I'm just fine. Hunky dory. Except for the how much my rent went up back in March. That was the largest rent increase that I've had since I moved here. Of course, the president will tell you everything's financially great, but my rent says otherwise, son. Let's see here. $5 from Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Thank you, sir, for the $5. Would have been hilarious if they had Tom Holland as the new Black... Oh, my God. Oh, no, 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 no. I mean, I have heard a rumor that... I don't know if it's true, but I've heard a rumor that it's a bait and switch and that his sister is donning her own Black Panther outfit just because there's something going on and somebody needs to be able to help type thing. But that there's a time jump and that by the end of the film, like it's made clear that that the baby that you see being born in the movie was like T'Challa's baby. And so it's a man child. So, you know, the next Black Panther is coming kind of thing. I don't know if that's true. I'll find out when this thing hits Disney Plus in like 3 months. Maybe not even that long. Good Lord. Doctor Strange and Thor Love and Thunder were on Disney Plus like that. That's another weird thing. As I'm getting older, my fingerprints are starting to disappear on my fingers. And so now the skin on my fingertips is really smooth. So I can't do loud finger snaps anymore. I can do it if I really try, but they're not as loud as they used to be. And sometimes they don't go off at all. And it's because I have these smooth, fingerprintless fingers now. And, you know, my mom... God bless her, she had the same thing where she got to a certain age and if they needed to fingerprint her for anything like getting a new ID or what have you, they would never be able to get a good print because her fingers were just smooth and mine are becoming the same way. It's weird. It's weird. No, I did not see Smile. I did not see Smile. I want to see it, but I'll wait for digital. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I nowadays I pretty much avoid the theater unless really it's not even so much that it's something I really want to see. It's that I'm like really wanting to have a day out with 8th. So what if I'm in the mood to have like a weekend day out with 8th and just hang out with 8th all day? Which doesn't get to happen as much anymore because, you know, he's going on 20 years old and he has his own friends and whatnot that he's going out with and other people that he's going out with. But when I get a hankering to hang out with the kid, you know, I'll go into Fandango. I'll buy tickets at the Alamo Draft House, which y'all know ain't cheap. And then we'll go see it at the Alamo Draft House and have us a nice steak burger and whatnot while we're watching the movie. And then we'll go, you know, just hanging around Cedar Park and shopping around and, you know, going to music stores and used game stores and all that kind of. We make a day of it. But other than that, I'm to the point where I'm happy to just wait a couple extra months for it to hit the streaming services. Because I've got this 70-inch TV. You know, the ratio of sitting 7 feet from that TV as opposed to 20-something feet from a movie theater screen ain't that different, y'all. Ain't that different. My rent went down by $20. Well, kiss my butt. Mine went up by $200. It ate my raise. I got a $200 a month raise in January, and then my rent goes up by $200. It's a scam, I tell you. Do I use isopropyl rubbing alcohol? No, not really. Did you see that movie Samaritan with Rocky? Yeah, I didn't like it that much. Mainly because I saw the ending coming, the twist ending. I saw that ending coming like 15 minutes into the movie. I knew exactly what was going to happen. And plus, the hero's costume, even though he barely wears it through the whole thing, looked really, really cheap and hokey. Hey, Juggernauts, how's it going? That's inflation for you. Yes, I know. I've been through it several times. Remember, 47 years old. I've been replaying Dragon Quest XI from 4 years ago because I didn't finish it, but the upgraded version on PS4. What was your experience with this game? I loved it. Dragon Quest XI was probably my favorite Japanese RPG of last gen. Thoughts on Henry Cavill coming back as Superman? I couldn't be happier. Couldn't be happier. And the thing that I noticed from the scene in Black Adam is that his costume was brighter and more colorful. It hadn't been grayed out as much like it was in Man of Steel and Batman vs. Superman. He had the little curly Q in his hair. And when he stepped out of the clouds there, the fog, the smoke, it didn't play the Hans Zimmer score from Man of Steel. It played the John Williams score from Chris Reeves' Superman. And you have Cavill saying in interviews that the new direction is going to be more hopeful and joyous. So I think as far as the tone of Superman going forward, that it's going to lean a little bit more towards the Christopher Reeve films and a little less from accidentally killing millions of people in Metropolis. Not to say anything negative about Man of Steel. I love Man of Steel. But yeah, you know that millions of people got killed in Metropolis, all because Christopher Reeve in Superman 2 saw that people were getting hurt, and he flew to the North Pole. Cavill just kept on going. It never occurred to Cavill, look at all the people, and then fly away to some open field where there'd be no people to get collaterally damaged. Which isn't Henry Cavill's fault. That's Zack Snyder's fault, because he wanted he wanted big, massive destruction. He wanted something that was going to top the destruction of the first Avengers movie. I'm sure is what he was looking at. Yeah, I just talked about Terrifier 2. You're a little late to the party there, Juggernauts. Have you seen Chainsaw Man? I've watched the first 2 episodes of it. I'm not sure that I like it yet, but I might possibly like it. I have to watch a few more. Mainly what I've been watching anime-wise is the newest season of Mob Psycho 100. I love that show. They're not going to cancel the Flash movie because they've invested way too much money in it. They've probably invested over $300 million in that movie by now with all the reshoots and all that. No, I suspect that they'll keep Ezra Miller in the movie. They'll put the movie out, but possibly one of the things that was a reshoot is because this is dealing with multiverse shit. Ezra Miller Flash will go bye-bye, and he'll be replaced by some new actor as the mainline Flash in the DCU. I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, there's also a rumor that Christopher Reeve's Superman is in the new Flash movie via the wonders of modern digital cinematography. Bringing all these dead actors back to life. They're going to do it with Chris Reeve. That's what I've heard. We shall see. Are you going to watch the final season of Bleach? I haven't watched the first season of Bleach. That wasn't a show I ever got into. I don't know who they're going to replace him with. It ain't going to be the guy from the TV show. It's some other. I think the front runner was some other actor that when I saw his face, I recognized him, but I couldn't tell you what it was I recognized him from. So we shall see. We shall see. Dun, 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 dun. Thoughts on the Rock restore? I don't. It looks like you couldn't decide whether you wanted to say restoring Superman or resurrecting Superman, and so you went kind of half and half there. Rock made it happen. Yes, I know Rock made it happen. Took him 6 years to do it, and he was still fighting for it to the point where that scene was filmed just a month before the movie hit the theater. That's how long he kept fighting it. And the minute he found out that there was new leadership in town, he went back one more time and spoke to the new leadership and said, "I want to do this." And they were like, "Sounds great, make it happen. We love Henry Cavill." Walter Hamada was causing all these problems. He's gone. Disney should learn a thing or two about that and get rid of Kathleen Kennedy. Did you see my message about YouTuber Nick AR and how I thought you would find some success doing videos about trophy hunting? I don't know who Nick AR is. And, there are 1,000 trophy hunter channels out there, and I'd just be another one. So, and most of the ones that get the views is not so much about showing you how to earn difficult trophies. It's showing you games that you can buy where you can earn 1,000 gamer score in 5 minutes and shit like that. Which I've played my fair share of games like that, but most of them have been like point-and-click adventures and retro platformers and stuff, which I play anyway, so I didn't feel too bad about it. But still, I ain't building a channel around that. And of course, there's been some discouragement too, because I came really close to making it big, and then the rug got pulled out from under me. And I've never been able to recover back to where I was before. And I even went so far as trying to make a completely new channel to try to recapture the algorithm. Didn't work. Nobody was watching the new channel. So, I just haven't had a whole lot of motivation in continuing to make YouTube videos. It's just, what's the point in making videos that hardly anybody outside of you guys is going to watch? You guys seem to care more about sitting and talking with me than watching videos that I made. So, that's really when my creative hunger started transitioning away from YouTube and more towards my music. Which my music's going to be on everything. My music's going to be on YouTube. It's going to be on SoundCloud. I'm going to try to get it on Spotify. I'll get it anywhere that I can get it. So, and it's not about making money on it. It's just, why make music if people aren't going to listen to it? Whether you suck or not. That being said, there's some people out there that are YouTube musicians that suck way worse than I do and have like mad views and are making tons of money off of it. So, I'm not looking for that, but if they can become super popular, then I can at least get a few hundred people to listen to my music and like it. So, that's all I care about there. But the first song oh, the first song. I don't know how y'all are going to take it. Because if you're not familiar with Billy from the Game Chasers, you're not going to know what to make of this song when I cover it. You really aren't. Let's see here. Is Nier Automata worth rebuying for the Switch? I played it on PS4. PS4 Pro, actually. I don't know if it'd be worth it having it on the Switch or not. I really like the game, but I don't know how well it would or would not perform on the Switch, so it's hard to say. And it's not just that I have to drink 8 to 10 of these a day. I'm thirsty all the time now. I didn't get thirsty at all, but now I'm thirsty all the time. It's weird. Oh. It's been so long, I forgot. Two hours remaining. 2 hours remaining. We are $95 short of the $100 goal. We are $45 short of the 10 o'clock goal. Has your excitement for Witcher drained since Cavill stepped away? I wasn't a tremendous fan of the show to begin with because of the changes that they were making. And season 2, they changed even more than they did in season 1. So, yeah. Whatever. What's your take on James Gunn's new position at DC? I hope he does a good job. And I mean, I loved his Suicide Squad. I really enjoyed Peacemaker. I loved both of the Guardians of the Galaxy films. I loved Super. And just about everything that he's made, I really enjoyed. Brightburn. I liked Brightburn. So hopefully he does it justice, man. I just wonder, because Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, was making it sound like he was effectively taking DC over and he was going to be running the show. And now it's announced that that Gunn's going to be doing it. I wonder how that's going to shake out. I don't know if Gunn and Rock are friends, if they get along. I don't know. And especially since Black Adam did not set the box office on fire, mainly because it's not been shown in China. If it had been shown in China, they'd be bragging left and right about how much money that movie made. But it hasn't been shown in China, probably because the overarching message of the movie seems to be, you don't need rulers, you can rule yourselves. And that ain't going to go over very well in China, I'm sorry. But that's probably, that showing it in China would probably net them another 300 to 400 million on top of what they've already made, which is right at about 300 million worldwide, not in the US, but worldwide. And so, honestly, I don't think that's the movie's fault itself. I think some people listened to some of the negative reviews a little too closely. And I think a lot of it is just simply that there's superhero burnout. There's too many superhero movies coming out every year, and people are starting to get bored with it. And especially when you're talking about a character that hardly anybody remembers, and that's Black Adam. Black Adam is not a well-known, beloved character. I mean, Iron Man wasn't a top-tier hero when the Iron Man movie came out either, but people knew who Iron Man was. And that's more than you can say for Black Adam. So I kind of get it, but I thought it did great. And the audience reviews were fantastic too, so... Is Hocus Pocus over? I never liked Hocus Pocus, so I didn't even watch the sequel. As I mentioned previously, Gotham Knights is actually a decent game that's mostly getting blacklisted due to its poor optimization. I don't know. I've watched people play it, and it just, to me, it seems like dumbed down Arkham. You know, like they made this game for people that weren't good enough to get through Arkham Asylum. That's what it feels like to me. So I didn't buy it. But I'll tell you what. Y'all know where this is going. If I end up hitting $60 in donations tonight, I'll buy it and I'll review it. Okay? Otherwise, I ain't buying it. And that goes for the new Saints Row, too. That looked like shit the first time I saw it. So if y'all want me to review that, and of course nobody will watch the review, but I keep my promises. If y'all want me to review that, donate the money for me to buy it. I'll buy it. I'll review it. I'll throw it up on YouTube. I will come out of retirement. Let's see here. Is Disney Plus overrated? Yes, it is. Because, yes, it has every Marvel movie on it. Yes, it has every Disney animated movie ever on it. Yes, it has all the Star Wars stuff on it. But you know what it also has? It is absolutely flooded with low-budget, made-for-Disney Channel movies. That's what makes up the bulk of what is on Disney Plus. The Even Stevens movie, the Halloween Town movies, the High School Musical movies. That's what the majority of Disney Plus is. So no, it doesn't live up to the hype. Thoughts on Adam Smasher's resemblance to Deadpool? Well, if you think about really, the only thing that's overly similar is the white eyes and the shape of the mask. Everything else is pretty different. I didn't think Gotham Knights was that good. I refunded it. Hi, 8th. I didn't even know that you got it on Steam. I didn't even know. I am usually in agreement with 8th on most games. So if he thinks it sucks, that's probably what I'll think too. But again, if you donate, I'll buy it and I'll review it. We're already $5 down. Why not? There's 34 people in here. Everybody send me $2. Good to go. You know I don't have the money to buy it out of my own pocket. I just bought this guitar. I gave it a fair shake. I highly recommend getting a Brita water pitcher. Very good. Okay. When I have money, I'll think about it. Like I said, I just went into debt on this beauty that I didn't even want to buy because the guitar I really want is still being worked on by Jeff. I got the best thing that I could afford. And so, you know, I ain't buying much of anything right now. I couldn't even tell you the last game I bought. I think, what was the last game I bought? Valkyrie Elysium, I think. And I got it on a deal because I had a discount coupon. Hello, why you got a mullet? Born and raised in Tennessee, man. After a while, it just happens naturally. There's nothing you can do about it. $5 from Got the Frag. Hey, fella, how you been? Don't waste your time with that garbage Saints Row game. Life's too short for shitty games. Thank you, Got the Frag. That puts us up to $10. $10. 50 more dollars, and I'll be buying Gotham Knights. And I'll also have to be staying an extra hour because that'll make me hit the $50 goal. So if y'all want me to go for 4 hours tonight, 50 more bucks gets the job done. There's 34 of you watching. $2 a pop, everybody. $2 a pop. I'm telling you right now, I'm not Review Tech USA, okay? And me and Review Tech, we get along fine, but I'm not Review Tech. I'm not rich. I don't do YouTube for a living. You know that. I ain't even been here since April, short of me doing some, I live streamed a game once in between that time. But I don't do this for a living. I got a regular job. You know, I'm not taking my shirt off and showing off man tits to the audience to get some money. I'm not doing it. I'm not eating bugs. That's a rich thing. More power to him. More power to him. I would never dream of trying to copy Rich. Never. Looks similar to Kenny from Telltale's Walking Dead. Thank you. You see, I'm in that weird, awkward in-between moment where the hair that grows from the bottom of my neck here is getting long, but the rest of the hair, like this piece right here, you can see, hasn't gotten that length yet, and the hair on the top of my head only comes down to about right here so far. If I part it down the middle and come back, right now I have it swept back, but if I part it down the middle, it comes to about right here. I'm not to the point where all of it is down to my shoulders. When it gets all the way down to my shoulders, then I'll ditch, I'll start just being full metalhead on the 7thCast. But until then, because of the fact that all of it is a different length, I'm rocking the ball cap. I mean, this wouldn't look like this nasty going in every direction shit if I hadn't let it air dry when I showered this morning, and I'd actually, taken a comb and blow dried it to where then all of this would be straight and hanging down. But instead it's curling all over the place because I let it air dry. But anyway, 50 more bucks, guys, 50 more bucks. And I will review Gotham Knights. I will order it off Amazon, and I will have it next day. 50 more bucks. Dun, dun, dun. Oh my. Oh my. I tell you what. Tell you what. Well, crap. I think it was. What? Oh. Oh, I don't know what it is then. Screw it. I'll just use my trusty old phone. Got to work on your beard game next. Ladies love the beard. Well, I've got a beard, but I need to dye it. Because as you can see, even more of it has gone gray. And it's starting to go gray up in here too. Pretty soon I'm going to have a white Santa Claus goatee. So I need to dye that out. And I've actually gotten a few grays up in my eyebrows. You can already see, if I turn my head a little bit, you can see some shimmer. That shimmer is from silver hairs mixed in with my brown hair. So I'm once this gets long, I think I'm just going to dye this and my beard jet black, and that's how I'm going to keep it. Yeah. I'm just going to go full deathpocalypse. Let me see here. Ah, come on, you piece of crap. Yeah, okay, so nobody's donated to the Streamlabs. All right. All right. Let's see here. What are your honest thoughts on so many public figures taking part in porn with their partners on OnlyFans? I think it's degrading and shameless. I don't think that that famous people or even just people that are like known on YouTube ought to be bumping uglies on camera. I just don't agree with it, and I think the whole concept of OnlyFans is kind of gross anyway. I mean, if people were using it just as a way to monetize their interaction with their fan base, I can understand it. But since it's basically just become like an online peep show booth, no. I don't like how God of War Collector's Edition doesn't have a physical disc. Me neither. That's why I didn't buy it. I pre-ordered just the regular disc. I didn't get the collect. Plus, I like collector's editions that come with statues. I thought that I think their design of the hammer looked kind of whack, so I didn't get it. I already talked about Black Adam. Sorry, Samurai, you missed it. I always wondered why they didn't make the leads from the Step Brothers movies kids or teenagers. Do you feel the same way? Well, I'm in agreement with Eighth. The whole gag is that it's fully grown men that never matured past 12. So I get it. Just for men shampoo. It's a miracle worker. You just shower with it, does the job. Oh, you mean it's a shampoo that dyes your hair? Oh shit, then sign me up. How much is it? Seventh, thoughts on Grab by the Gully. I have no idea what that is. Jeremy Pittman, you have been boosted. What does that mean, Jeremy? I have no idea what you mean by that. Oh, have you been boosted? You mean, are you talking about the the vax? Yeah, I've had 4 shots now. No side effects. The second shot knocked me on my ass a little bit, but I didn't have like any chest pains or anything like that. I just was tired, kind of like when I get the flu shot. But yeah, I've had the newest bivalent booster or whatever they call it, and it kind of knocked Eighth out a little bit when he got his. But me, all I had was just a tiny little sore spot right here where they stuck me, and that was it. Seventh, are you getting Gungrave Gore or Evil West? I don't know about Gungrave Gore. I haven't seen a whole lot about it yet. Evil West is pre-ordered for 8th for Christmas. Oh, he's in here. Damn it. I done ruined the surprise. Have you been spoiled for God of War? I haven't. No, I haven't watched any of that. I feel like we're back in the 90s. Why? It's $7 or $8, the shampoo. Get the beard shampoo, which also works for your hair. Just for men, beard shampoo, and you can also use it on your hair. Okay. Next time I go grocery shopping, I'll pick me up a bottle and I'll try it, see what happens. 7, thoughts on the game Grabbed by the Ghoulies on the original Xbox. It was okay. It in some ways it kind of gave me vibes of that Zombies Ate My Neighbors game. In some ways. Guess I'll cancel my pre-order. Lol. I guess you would. Well, it depends. What version did you pre-order? Did you pre-order it for Steam? Because I pre-ordered it for PS5. So if you're wanting to play it on Steam, 8th, maybe you should leave your pre-order where it is. Are you back for good, or is this a special occasion? It's kind of a touch and go thing, man. It depends, cause I've got to see where things lie in another 3 or 4 weeks. because how much how much time I'm spending at work might change, and so then that could make me either way more available for doing the seventh cast or way less available. Don't know yet. Have to wait and see. But the only other thing that I was potentially going to have going today was possibly working on the music, but I'm going to do that tomorrow. And there's another reason that I haven't been doing the seventh cast as much, and that's because Eighth has a job now, but he hasn't gotten his driver's license yet, and so I have to provide transportation for him to and from his job. And if he's working on a Saturday and he starts at noon but gets off at 8, well, that means that I have to adjust my streaming time to accommodate his work hours. And rather than, and half the time I've been working Saturday anyway. So there's just been a lot that's changed this year. As opposed to previous years where I was able to be more consistent with this thing. But we'll see what happens. Either way, third-person game was going to play it with a controller regardless. Enough said. 7th, try a game on Steam called Samurai Riot. I don't really do the Steam thing, but I'll keep it in mind. Thoughts on PSVR 2 being $550? Why did y'all expect? What'd y'all expect? Did you think it was going to be $399 again with all that new advanced tech they were throwing in there? I knew it was going to be at least $500. I love that you guys are probably chatting between rooms, you and 8th. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Extra income. Well, that's the thing. I don't, 8th does with his money what 8th wants to do with his money. Eventually he's going to be, what I did agree to was that if I get, effed up the B again on my rent next March, where they give me another big rent increase, he's going to help out to compensate for that, and that's it. Otherwise, it's his money. He does what he wants with it. So it's not like I got my kid working. That's an extra $1,500 a month for me. No. I've already talked about the PS5. It's not a removable hard drive. It's an external CD drive, and I've already talked about that. Is Texas a very car-dependent place? Is public transportation no good? Texas is a huge state, and it's very spread out. And so, public transportation, we've got buses, we've got light rail, but no. It's not like 8th could walk technically he could walk several blocks down the road and hop on the light rail, but there wouldn't be a drop-off point on the light rail to where he was going. So it wouldn't do him any good because it doesn't stop. It doesn't have a stop where you can get off anywhere near where his job is. It's like you get on it and it takes you damn near all the way down to Austin. So, no. That's primarily what it's for, is for people that live way out in the boonies like me would have a way to get to work in Austin without having to drive there. That's mainly what it's for. We've never used it. We used the light rail once in North Carolina. We took it to go downtown to see WWE Raw live one night. And that was the only time we ever used the light rail there. We've never used the light rail here in Austin. Come on, folks. We got an hour and a half to go. Hour and a half to go. Do you think PSN Plus is far lacking compared to Game Pass? If you have premium, you have access to way more games than what's on Game Pass. The only benefit with Game Pass are the day one releases, and the only day one third party releases they get are shitty games like Dark Alliance. You know, these double A mid tier pieces of crap. I mean, I think they got Plague Tale 2. I think they got it day one, but that's a pretty niche title too. And they hardly come out with anything first party. So the whole, oh, but we get day one games, do you really? Not very much. So that's, I'm looking at, 400 to 500 games versus over 700 games on PlayStation Premium. And depending on whether you're paying monthly or yearly, at about the same price. So that is not accurate, 8th, because you're forgetting there's 300 PS3 games on there. So you're looking at 400 and something games versus 700 and something games. I haven't played the whatever of P. I don't Lies of P or whatever. I think 8th has played it. But I think around the same time that game came out, Steel Rising came out, and I think 8th liked Steel Rising better than Lies of P. You'd have to ask him. What percentage do you give that the PS5 Pro will actually have a disk drive? I'm aiming at 60-40 against. It's not out yet. Well, what was that 1/8 that did come out like right around the same time Steel Rising did, and people were posting gameplay of it and playing it? What game was that? Do you know what I'm talking about, 8th? We sat and watched people play it. And Steel Rising came out right around the same time. And so we had, people were posting videos of Steel Rising and whatever this other game was. Do you remember? And one of the things that we saw, the character went down into this, it looked like the inside of some kind of construction site, and there was this great big giant thing that it fought. And you were watching it, and you were like, well, I kind of like this, but I want to play Steel Rising. Maybe that was like the beta for Lies of P or something. I don't know. But whatever it was, it came out around the same time Steel Rising released. It was a preview for Lies of P. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, I was almost right. It's like I say, even when I'm wrong for the right reasons. And otherwise, I'm always right. Keep the questions coming, folks. We got more show to get through here. I've been gone since April. You should have tons and tons and tons of questions for me at this point. And remember, we're just $40 away from extending it another hour. So if there was just two of you out there that wanted to send $20 my way, you get an extra hour. And then another $10 on top of that, I'll buy Arkham Knights and review it. Sure enough. I still have that shirt. It doesn't fit me as good anymore because I've lost 40 pounds since you saw me last. But I still have it. What is your take that the Series S and the longevity of the PS4 is holding back development of the Series X and PS5 respectively? I greatly agree. I mean, it's not exactly a secret that God of War, for all intents and purposes, is a PS4 game. They've come out and stated that. I knew it a couple of years ago because Corey Balrog was on Twitter complaining about how much he hates getting well into the development cycle of a game and then a new console generation comes out. And so I knew exactly what he was complaining about. So I already knew that this was a game that started development as PS4, and so all we were going to get on PS5 was a PS4 game with a better frame rate and better textures and faster loading times. I knew that's what was going to happen. I knew that we weren't going to have like photorealistic Kratos. I knew that wasn't going to happen. We wouldn't have that if it was built ground up for the 4090 because photorealism hasn't happened yet. But you get the point that I'm trying to make. Excited for Evil West. I'm fairly excited for it. I like third-person shooters. We'll see. Thoughts on the Mask video game for the SNES and the Genesis? I was not a fan. What was the most emotional game story you've ever played? I couldn't tell you. Because I've never gotten emotional over a game. I've never been like, he loved them so much. That's never happened. Eighth has a good point, though. There's a big difference between a story that has a lot of emotion baked into the script and a game that has emotional impact on you as a person. There's a big difference between the two. That being said, I haven't had either one in a game, so I mean, I've to borrow from the more current nomenclature, I've never had a game that emotionally kicked me in the feels. I've never had that. Oh, well, welcome back, video game lover. I didn't know you'd left. Thoughts on Hugh Jackman coming back as Wolverine in Deadpool 3? I'm reserving judgment on that one because, I sit and think about what they're going to have to do story-wise to explain why he's still alive and the comedic level of those movies. Whereas he's been, with a few gags here and there, primarily a serious character. I'm reserving judgment till I see it. Thoughts on Netflix's Cyberpunk? I thought it was good. I liked it. I didn't think it needed to be toned down at all. I think that's exactly what it needed to be. Is what it is. I've always enjoyed a harder edge when it came to my anime anyway. So there wasn't anything in that show that affected me in the slightest. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. See you, Master Chief Snake. Seventh, are there toys you had as a kid that are worth a lot of money today that you got rid of? All my Star Wars toys. My Matchbox Voltron is worth like $400 now, I think. Several of my G.I. Joe toys are worth big bank now. Several of my Transformers are worth big bank now. Just about every toy that I ever owned as a kid is now worth a lot of money almost. I mean, I had a few cheap things, but a lot of the stuff that I owned back then, which I didn't have a lot because, I mean, Dad was a cop. Not exactly. He made $32,000 a year when he retired. But what I did have was really nice stuff. And it's worth a lot of money nowadays. Yep. Yes, indeed. Thoughts on Custom Robo? It's a pretty good game, as I recall. I still have mine on GameCube. And I don't have that many GameCube games. I only have maybe 13 GameCube games. But that's one of the ones that I have. I think Borderlands 2 was the best game of the 7th generation. What was yours? Oh, it would be a toss-up. As far as, like, games that I enjoyed the most, it would be a toss-up between Skyrim and Uncharted 2. Would you agree that the worst Disney show has been She-Hulk? I wouldn't have agreed until I watched the last episode of it. I was kind of on board with She-Hulk because I was enjoying it on the level of what it was, which was an almost Office-like sitcom. That's the way I viewed She-Hulk, and that's the level I was enjoying it at. And then they did that last episode, and I'm like, okay, no, this is garbage. I will tell you what, though. So far, my favorite whatchamacallit, Marvel TV show so far has been Hawkeye. I really liked Hawkeye. I thought it was fun. Goki4563 has donated $4. So that puts us up to $14. Thank you, sir. So $36 more and I have to stay an extra hour. $46 more and you guys get to watch me review Arkham Knight. 7th, is Donkey Kong Country 3 underrated? No, I think that whole series is very, very highly revered. I think it's just that not as many people played Donkey Kong Country 3 because of how late it came out in the Super NES's life cycle. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? I don't consider Die Hard a Christmas movie. I consider Die Hard an action movie that happens to take place during the holidays. I mean, and here's how I look at it. You've seen Spider-Man No Way Home, right? During the scene where he's trying to get away from Doctor Strange and he's zipping through all these different realities, there's a scene where he flies through the mall and there's Christmas trees everywhere. Do we call No Way Home a Christmas movie? No. The Long Kiss Goodnight takes place during the wintertime. Snow everywhere, and in a couple of scenes you see some holiday decorations. Is The Long Kiss Goodnight a Christmas movie? No. So no, I do not consider Die Hard a Christmas movie. Do you like Chris Pratt as Mario? Haven't heard enough of it to be able to say one way or the other. He doesn't exactly have a lot of speaking lines in the trailer, you know? I would say so, Brother Natural. You're probably right about that. Should Returnal get a sequel? Sure, why not? If that's what Housemarque wants to do. See, people talking about, oh, it was a flop, it was a flop. I would imagine that Housemarque spent a lot less money on that game than, say, Santa Monica did on God of War. Much less. So it doesn't have to sell as many copies to be financially successful. That's why Terrifier 2 only made $8 million at the box office, but is considered a massive success because they paid less than $300,000 for it. I don't even think that Batman Returns is a Christmas movie. I still think that is just an action movie that happens to take place during Christmas time, because none of the plot has really anything to do with the holidays aside from that one action sequence when a bunch of the bad guys fly out of the Christmas tree in downtown. That's really the only thing plot-wise that factors into it. You know, Penguin ain't stealing all the little kids' Christmas presents from under the tree or some shit. You could take out that Christmas tree scene from Batman Returns and replace it with a fireworks show and say that it's the 4th of July, and the plot would be exactly the same. That's how you know it's not a Christmas movie. And it's the same thing with Die Hard. You could set that movie during summertime, and there's some other reason why, any other reason why, the wife and him were apart and he flies out there and blah, blah, blah. It didn't have to be for Christmas holidays or anything. It could be anything. It could be a summer holiday. And the movie would be exactly the same. And that's how you know that Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. If you can take what little Christmas there is out and it's the same movie, it's not a Christmas movie. Ah, yes. Eighth was being facetious. Have you seen The Incredibles 2 yet? Yes, it sucked ass. It sucked ass because all they did was take the same plot and reverse it. So instead of the father going through a midlife crisis, it's the mother going through a midlife crisis. That's all they did. They just swapped it around. It's the same damn plot. Star Wars Holiday Special is probably the worst Christmas movie ever made. I don't know. I've seen Santa Claus versus the Martians. I've also seen Silent Night, Deadly Night 2. Garbage Day? Are you going to see that new Christmas Story on HBO Max? I'll watch it, but I doubt I'll like it. I watched the trailer for it, and it just seems to have a much more modern, cynical vibe to it, which I understand because all the characters are adults now and have had their souls crushed, but still. Thoughts on Sonic Frontier? Haven't played it. Did not pre-order it. I've been burned by Sonic too many times over the last 20 years to invest my $60. Thank you so much. Or $70. I don't even know how much they're charging for it. I think Days Gone was the true definition of underrated, and I wish there was a sequel to iron out the kinks. I couldn't agree more. That was a fantastic game. And I mean, it's sold, what, like 6 million copies now? That's not exactly a flop. That's more than Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart has sold. Sony Bend should be given the opportunity to make a sequel to it. But what can I say? Jim Ryan's a dumbass. He pays too much attention to Metacritic and not the fan scores. He pays too much attention to Metacritic. Screw Metacritic. It's the customer scores that matter. These idiots at Kotaku and Joystick and all that, don't listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about. I'll listen to Skill Up 1,000 times before I listen to anything that IGN, Kotaku, or Joystick has to say about any game. Period. I'll listen to 8th before I listen to anybody else. Home Alone is a good Christmas movie. Both of them are. Would you rather time travel or gain $5 million? Gain $5 million. I can invest that and turn it into $50 million. And then retire. Thanks for offering, Chris. I'll let you know when the check arrives. Do you think Spider-Man 4 Tobey Maguire will never happen? Highly unlikely that it'll happen. I think we'll see him again, but I don't think we'll see him in his own movie again. I didn't enjoy Incredibles 2 because, again, too much of it was just Incredibles 1 all over again. Thoughts on the second downfall of G4 TV? I told you guys that was going to happen before the Frost crap even happened. I told you it was going to flop because there was no need for it anymore. YouTube had replaced it and was doing a better job than it ever did. Seven, thoughts on the Fight Night series by EA? Well, if you liked boxing, it was your go-to, man. It did what it did very well. I never got really into it because the only boxing game I ever spent any significant time on was Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Are you going to watch the Weird Al movie with Daniel Radcliffe? No, I'm not, because I don't have Apple Plus, and I don't intend to get it. Seventh, I have a broken 55-inch TV that has a black screen with a point of impact showing on the bottom. Has a 5-year warranty, so should I bother calling Geek Squad to fix it or use it as a sled on Christmas? How old is the TV? Is the warranty still good? If it is, take it up there and see what they'll do. Will this be the last God of War? Will Kratos go on? I think they'll continue with it. I think this is just the last of the Norwegian stories. Unless, they actually kill him off at the end of this one. But, I haven't heard any outrage over leaks that would indicate that Kratos dies at the end. And, of course, we thought he died at the end of God of War 3 until, that little last scene at the end, and even then we didn't know for sure whether he lived or died. We just knew that he had crawled off the cliff into the ocean. So has Capcom fell off during the 90s? Capcom fell off during the PS3 era when they started outsourcing a bunch of their IP to Western studios, and almost all of it flopped. In fact, I think the only hit they got out of that was the downloadable remake of Bionic Commando. But since that time, they've been on the rebound because they revived Street Fighter. They revived Mega Man to some extent. Mega Man 11 was quite good. They revived Resident Evil to massive success. So, I think they almost went the way of Konami, but they saved themselves. Konami, on the other hand, ooh, yeah. Pretty sure they won't end the franchise here, but I doubt Kratos is going to survive this one. I guess we'll find out. I mean, I haven't heard anybody screaming from the leaks that he dies at the end, so, and I've been avoiding the spoilers, but I think if he got killed at the end of the game, with all the copies that have already made it out in the wild, somebody would have started screaming bloody murder about it by now. But we'll see. It's possible. Irish mythology would be awesome. Native American would be unique for God of War. Yes, it would. I have a joke that you shouldn't go full Star Wars when it comes to Ant-Man 3. Do you share the same? Ant-Man 3, in a way, to me, when I watched the trailer, it just looked like more of Multiverse of Madness. A bunch of vague alien shit that I couldn't make out what it was supposed to be. That's what Ant-Man 3 looked like. Is Cory Barlog making a new IP at Santa Monica? That's what I heard, but I've heard that they were making that they had revived that canceled sci-fi RPG that they'd been talking about before they went into production on God of War 2018. So I would assume that would be what Barlog's working on. I don't know. 7th, who's better, Popeyes or KFC? I like KFC better than Popeyes. That being said, here in Texas, we also have Golden Chick, and they're pretty good too. Low key, I loved DMC Devil May Cry. Microsoft should have Ninja Theory work on a DMC-like hack and slash game. Because people can hate the story, but the gameplay was top tier in my opinion. Yeah, I didn't have any complaints about the gameplay of DMC. It's just what they did with the story and the characters. Yeah, it didn't have the same vibe. Didn't have the same sense of humor. But yeah, I agree. They should let Ninja Theory make more of that style of a game and less whatever the hell Hellblade is. God, I hate that game. Popeye versus Saitama. Well, we already know who would win there. They already did the versus battle on YouTube. Popeye whipped his ass. Popeye transcends time and space and matter. He can become anything that he wants whenever he wants, as long as he has spinach. And that's why Popeye would always win. I mean, honestly, if you look at some of the insane stuff that Popeye has done in his cartoons over the last, 100 years now? Popeye is possibly the most powerful hero character in all of animated history. Thoughts on the horror film Gretel and Hansel? I didn't watch it. 7th, will there be a Sunset Overdrive 2? Sunset Overdrive 2. I don't know. The last time I checked, Microsoft had given the rights to it back to Insomniac. So, I mean, there could be one, but the question is whether they would want to. Because, I mean, they still have the rights to Resistance. Are we getting new Resistance games? No. At least not so far. Thoughts on Naughty Dog making new IP finally? Enough of The Last of Us and Uncharted. Well, that's the rumor. I'll believe it when I see it. You know, there was the concept art that leaked out a while back that showed characters walking around with dragons and stuff, which made it seem like Naughty Dog were going to be doing some kind of big fantasy type game. I'm all for that, but I will believe it when I see it. Because right now, you know, Naughty Dog basically exists as a massive ego trip for Neil Druckmann, and I don't think he's going to want to give up on the whole Last of Us thing because it's the only thing that's been his own original creation. And so it's not Naughty Dog, it's Neil Dog now, and so that's part of the reason why I haven't been all that hot or keen on Naughty Dog the last several years. I think they've really fallen off compared to what they were. Are you hyped for the Wolverine game? I'm not going to get hyped for the Wolverine game until I know what kind of game it is. I'm assuming it's going to be an open world type thing, but it could end up being like old school Uncharted. I don't know. We'll see. All I can say is that I really, really liked the X-Men Origins Wolverine game from way back when. So, you know, this is Insomniac doing it, so I can imagine whatever they put out, I'm going to like it even more than that game. Thoughts on Jim Ryan's leadership? It sucks. And do you think he'll do day and date PC release? He's going to fight that tooth and nail. He's only going to do that when he decides that that's the only thing that's going to increase PSN subscriptions. I think he'll eventually feel that he has to do it, but he'll fight it to the last possible minute. X-Men. I did really like X-Men Origins Wolverine. I thought it was really surprisingly good. I mean, yeah, it was kind of a God of War clone, but it was good. I mean, Dante's Inferno was a God of War clone, even more so, and I loved that game. Are you into Dungeons and Dragons? Not really. I played it when I was a kid, and that's about it. What'd you think of the upcoming Honor Among Thieves film? I think it looks just as stupid as the one that had one of the Wayans brothers in it back in the day. It's just the special effects look better. It looks just as dumb. I don't understand why companies get the rights to Dungeons and Dragons. They have the potential and the lore in there to come up with something that's not on a Tolkien level, but at least on a Game of Thrones level. And instead, what do? They go for slapstick comedy. Why? Why do they turn Dungeons and Dragons into such campy comedy bullshit? I mean, sure, there's a lot of laughs and jokes that go on when you're playing it because you're playing it with your friends. That doesn't mean that you want, all these goofy characters running around cracking jokes and whatnot. Some things don't need the Guardians of the Galaxy tone, and Dungeons and Dragons is one of them. Pisses me off. You're right, Nancy. PS is not quite the same anymore, and part of that is because of Jim Ryan, and part of it is because of Neil Druckmann, really. Sly Cooper would have to be handed off to one of their smaller studios because Sucker Punch isn't going to go backwards to make another Sly Cooper game. They're just not. I don't think we'll ever even get an Infamous 3 because I don't consider Second Son as Infamous 3. It would only be Infamous 3 if it had Cole in it. And I don't think we'll ever get an Infamous 3. I don't have to imagine if Top Gun Maverick had that humor factor because I watched it. It's called Hot Shots. Hi, Ultra Steel. Thoughts on Xbox raising console prices after holiday? Yeah, I knew when all these Xbox guys that were talking about PS5 going up in price everywhere but the US. I knew there was no point to them saying anything about it because I knew Microsoft would turn around and do it too, and it's already happening. They've jacked the prices up in India, and it's going to get jacked up in other places too. It's just the way it is. We're in the middle of inflation, and with currency conversion rates the way they are, you'd have to. You'd have to. Or you're going to be eating your hat, man. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. I've been through this inflation shit before. I've seen it. I know what it does. You're earning less and you're having to pay more for everything. I've been there. I've lived through this before. Slick, that depended on which ending you got. Infamous 2 had multiple endings. And in one of them, they're reverently taking Cole's body out to sea, and just as the boat starts to disappear into the horizon, lightning strikes the boat, setting it up for him being resurrected. 7th, I just finished up my Sabbath, and I was wondering, did you intend for the 7th cast to be done on the 7th day of the week? If so, that's a really cool touch. That had absolutely there was nothing about the Sabbath involved in that decision to do the 7th cast on Saturdays. No. In fact, I was raised Church of God, so for us the Sabbath was on Sunday, not Saturday. I'm just saying. I'm not Jewish, and I'm not a Seventh-day Adventist. The writer said that he wasn't canon, that he's dead in the canon. Well, then they shouldn't have made it. You can't necessarily say that's not canon, he's dead in the canon, when it all depends on whether you chose to be a good guy or a bad guy. You can't, when you make a game where you can either become the villain or the hero, you can't say that only one of them is canon, because the next game that's going to come out, you're either going to be the villain or the hero. Their games have the Infamous series has 2 canon lines. Good canon, evil canon. Hi, Nick Neal. I wish PlayStation would do more Japanese games because PlayStation 2 had a lot. Yeah, but most of it was third party. I mean, there was some first party Japanese stuff on PS2, but most of it was third party. That's why its library was so massive. I mean, the library of JRPGs on the PS2 was ungodly. It's never been touched. People talk about the Switch. PlayStation 2 has it beat by a wide margin when it came to JRPGs. And the only reason that Switch is where it is because they get physical versions of these cheesy little El Cheapo JRPGs that still end up showing up on PlayStation. It's just you don't get a physical version of it. You download it. Especially when it comes to Kimco. Kimco puts out like a new JRPG every week. Every time I log into PSN, there's a new JRPG from Kimco on there. They crank them out like this. It's ridiculous. The thing that I'm most excited for right now is not God of War. What I'm most excited for right now is Tactics Ogre Reborn. I pre-ordered that shit. I can't wait to play it. Thoughts on the Ukraine war? Don't talk politics on this show, sir. I try to avoid religion. Sometimes I get into it a little bit if someone, asks me questions about my own faith or what have you. But I don't. I don't get into. I try to avoid politics and identity politics and all that crap. I like this show to be positive. So, I don't talk about war and elections and all, Donald Trump and Biden and all this shit. No, thank you. Do I repeat my question if you miss it? Well, you can, but if it was a question I just didn't feel like answering, I just won't answer it again. I don't remember because I don't remember you asking anything recently. 7, thoughts on Mario Kart Double Dash. 8th is more of a fan of the Mario Kart series than I am. I never really got into kart racers all that big. 7th, I played Sonic 06 a couple of months back, and it's not a bad game, but it's buggy, possibly the remaster or PC treatment. We'll see. You never know. I was not a fan. The camera in it was just deplorable. Let's see here. Have either you or 8th played Bayonetta 3? No. That is not one that I have purchased so far. In fact, 8th hasn't expressed any interest in playing it. Have you checked out Triangle Strategy? No, because it's a Switch exclusive. If it eventually comes to PlayStation, I'll play it. I have a Switch, but I don't play my Switch. It sits unused. 8th plays the Switch more than I do. Will you get PSVR 2 when they have a similar game to Rush of Blood? Jury's out right now. I mean, I'm sure we'll eventually have a PSVR 2, but I won't get to play it. We've had the PlayStation VR for years at this point. I've actually had it on my head twice. The rest of the time it's been in 8th room. So, basically we'll have a PSVR 2 if 8th wants one. Do you think before the internet was gaming the best era? I don't know. I feel like I'm not really the best person to answer that question because I don't like multiplayer. I'm not even that big on co-op multiplayer. I can count, I could count on one hand the number of times I've played co-op multiplayer online in the last 5 years. I just, I'm more of a solo person. Gaming for me is like my zen moment. It's what I do to escape from everything else. So I'm usually not the type of person to want to share that experience with. I'm kind of selfish in that regard. I used to do a lot of competitive multiplayer deathmatch stuff during my big PC period, but that was well before any of y'all ever knew me. Wasn't it weird that during the 8th generation there were games that had spin-offs that went backwards in time? Second Son didn't go backwards in time. It takes place after Infamous 2. Same thing with First Light. Both of those take place after Infamous 2. They mentioned the events of Infamous and Infamous 2 in Second Son, so it's not like a prequel. Or are you talking about they actually had time travel gameplay in them? I'm not quite sure from your wording there. Have you played Ys 8? Yes. I've played Ys 8. I have Ys 9, but I haven't played Ys 9. But I have beaten Ys 8. It's good. Oh, I got a question. Any paranormal ghost stuff happened to you since April? No. No, because I've been staying indoors. I haven't been going out to where I could encounter any paranormal stuff. What's the most disappointing game that's come out in the past year? That's hard to say because I haven't really played anything that I felt didn't live up to what I was expecting it to be this year. You know, every game that I've bought, I got exactly what I was expecting to get. So, I don't know. White Knight Chronicles, Final Fantasy 14, A Realm Reborn, and several Versus fighters wore me out. Have you played the Metro or Wolfenstein series? I played the first Wolfenstein. I didn't play the second one. I have it. And I have the little side one, the old school or whatever the hell it's called. I've got that too. But I only played the first one. Eighth played the second one, but I didn't. I know you need multiplayer for your fighting games, TFP. 7, thoughts on the movie Idiocracy. I love Idiocracy. I think it's hilarious. It's got electrolytes. Finished Bionicle PS2, fun short game. Yeah, 8th had that one when he was little. Do you think the Wolfenstein series can be redeemed? Well, yeah, they only had one bad game. As long as they learned their lessons from that one bad game, which wasn't even really, I think, a mainline game in the series. It was like a side story. As long as they learned their lessons from that, I think they'll be all right. And now he was talking about franchises that kept getting prequel spin-offs like Infamous First Light or Wolfenstein The New Order. Yeah, but he said Second Son too, and Second Son was not a prequel. It took place after Infamous 2. Yes, Ultra Steel, you should watch Idiocracy. If only for the ow my balls scenes. You'll know what I'm talking about when you get there. Oh, I didn't even notice. 14 minutes ago. We're down to 1 hour. We're at $14 in donations. We are $36 short of extending by 1 hour. We're $46 short of me buying Gotham Knights and reviewing it for you guys. So, you know, if any of y'all want to loosen the purse strings, you let me know. You let me know. How would you feel about a Mega Man Legends remake? I wouldn't be opposed to it, considering the technology we have now. Let's see what happens. It'd be interesting. I don't think Capcom will do it, but, you know, I think it could be something good. Most comfortable gaming chair recommendations. Well, I'm not a judge on that. I don't even find the one that I have all that particularly comfortable, especially now with the problem, the medical problems that I have. So I'm the wrong guy to ask on that one. Sorry to say. Oh, I do have a game recommendation for you guys. I do have a game recommendation for you guys. Way back in the PS3 era, my favorite downloadable game that I ever bought off of PSN was a game called Shatter. Shatter is a game that is hard to describe. It's basically sort of a cross between Arkanoid and Yar's Revenge, if you're old enough to know what Yar's Revenge is. Well, you know, it was never re-released for PS4, and so you could get it on PC, but it was never re-released on PS4 or Xbox One. And so unless I wanted to hook up my PS3, I couldn't play Shatter anymore. Well, last week, Shatter was remastered and re-released on the PS5. It's just $10, and it is an incredibly fun game. If you like that Arkanoid type stuff, but this one has a little, Rudy Tooty Shooty like in Yar's Revenge. So that's a recommendation for me. Go on PSN and buy Shatter. What do you think of the Mario movie? I haven't seen the Mario movie yet, have I, Zach? Neither of you. Hasn't come out yet. 7, thoughts on Twitch becoming a spicy place like OnlyFans. It was supposed to be for games originally. What can you say? World's full of perverts, man. Titanfall Princess. Greedfall equals 10 out of 10. I told you. And they're working on Greedfall 2, by the way, Nancy. Oh, shit. I said your name. Sorry. Didn't mean to. My bad. Should Capcom make a realistic Mega Man game that's similar to Cyberpunk 2077? I don't know how well Mega Man would do if it played like Cyberpunk. I'm not sure. Are you familiar with the work of Tim Rogers? Name rings a bell, but I can't place it. My thoughts on the trailer. Well, I mean, the animation looked good, but that doesn't tell you much. There's been a lot of movies that had great animation that ended up being absolute shit, so I can't really say until I've watched the whole movie. You mean Geralt? Christopher, not Gerard. Geralt. I don't really care because I probably just won't be watching it. I've been playing the PS3 this year, and I've got to say I never really appreciated the system. Now then, when I disc back in the day, trying new games and stuff is great. Yeah, there was a lot of great games on PS3. I mean, if you haven't had an opportunity to play 3D Dot Game Heroes, I highly recommend you pick it up. That's a must play. Yes, it's a total blatant rip-off of The Legend of Zelda, but it's a very good one. Ultra Steel, do you like Imagine Dragons? Shit, no, I don't like Imagine Dragons. Imagine Dragons can suck a wet fart from my asshole. That band sucks. Can we talk on Twitter more often? Because I want you to be my friend. I don't know, man. I'm getting a bit of a vibe there. Anyone that watches me is free to tweet me on Twitter. I don't give a shit. And I answer people too. You can ask the guys that are on here. When they tweet at me, I tweet them back. Kingdoms of Amalur is the shit, Chris. You know it, and I know it, and the American people know it. PS3 did have a great library. There's no argument there. Dragon Age Origins. Not so much Dragon Age 2, but Dragon Age Origins was good. I know, Zachary. I was just messing with you, man. Dragon Age is kind of to me. Well, you know what's kind of to me? People that are named Nick Neal. I'm kidding with you, man. I went to school with a kid named Nick Neely. Your name with a Y on the end. Cable guy vibes. That's a good description for that. Yeah. That comment gave me cable guy vibes. See ya. Bye. Hopefully Manhunt gets a remake after Max Payne. Is 3D Dot Game Heroes delisted on the PS3? Is it a rare game? Because I haven't looked too far into it, but it looks interesting. Somebody told me they found it for sale at a retro store for $50. I thought it was going more for $100, but maybe it's had a price drop. I don't know. Yeah, I talk about movies and games on Twitter all the time, Ultra Steel. I'm always recommending movies that I found online. Just messing with you, Nick. Just messing with you. What is the funniest kingdoms of a class? Funnest kingdoms of a class. What? I don't know what you're asking me there, Raymond. Kingdoms of a class. What? What are your thoughts on the new upcoming Mass Effect? Well, they've shown absolutely nothing of it but a logo, so I don't really have any thoughts on it yet. But based on Andromeda, I don't have high hopes. Will you and Titanfall Princess ever meet up if that's possible? I would always be open to the possibility of it. You know, I mean, once I moved down here to Texas, I got to meet a lot of the people that I talked to on Twitter and YouTube, like the Game Chasers. Heck, I'm in their movie. But Titanfall Princess lives way up in the Northeast, and I'm down here in Texas, so the likelihood of it happening is kind of slim. Plus, I'm a lot, I'm not even talking about on like a dating thing. She has a man. But there is quite an age difference between me and Titanfall Princess. And on top of that, I'm like, I'm as white as the fresh laden snow. So I mean, it doesn't get much paler than me. And I'm not even Irish. I'm Scottish. I would definitely do a vlog. I'd do a vlog with Titanfall Princess if we were in the same location. Definitely. I wouldn't have any reservations about that at all. Not at all. I used to be on her podcast, Do you remember I Love the 80s? Yeah, it came on VH1. Came on VH1. I watched it every now and again. Terror Flick is a B movie, but it's also a great horror flick, Ultra Steel. And it's part of the reason that it is so great is because of what they accomplish with the budget that they have. Just trust me on it. Go watch Terrifier and Terrifier 2. You will thank me. Yes, I know you're Irish, Titanfall Princess. I was just making a little joke about, what I look like compared to your preferences towards the opposite sex. I reflect a little bit too much of the sunlight for that, I'm I'm a little too Caucasian for that. To say it lightly. And plus, you're a Jersey girl, and I'm an old Tennessee redneck. I mean, look at me. I got a fucking mullet. A year from now, I'm going to have hair down to here. Another year from now, and I'm going to look like fat Eddie Vedder, circa 19. Well, hopefully not the fat part, because hopefully the fat will be gone. I'll look like old, less fat Eddie Vedder a year from now, because all of it will be like down to here. Who is the best chef in your household? Me. 8th knows how to use a microwave, and he can cook eggs and stuff. That's about it. I know how to work a grill. What is your worst game of the year? I don't even remember. 8th, what's the game that I've made fun of and hated the most this year? Do you remember? Because I can't remember. I don't know about Alpha Omega Sin Long. You got to remember, I've met Alpha several times. And I'm not kidding. Alpha's hair is almost so long that, if he was at a public restroom and he was out of paper, well, I don't pay attention. You don't like most games that come out. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. I mean, most of the games that have been railed for being bad, I haven't played yet, like Saints Row and whatnot. I guess a game that I could say has been a disappointment to me and wasn't exactly what I thought it was going to be was 8th, that game I got just before Valkyrie Elysium, that Devil May Cry clone. I can't remember the name of it now. I got it just before Devil May Cry, or just before Valkyrie Elysium, and it plays like Devil May Cry, but you're playing as a girl that's kind of dressed in berserk armor, and I can't remember the name of it now, but, I thought that was going to be good, and then I bought it, and it's just kind of, Can't think of it now. Solstice, yeah. I have not really liked Solstice very much. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the gameplay in it or anything per se. It's just, I don't know, it just wasn't scratching that itch for me. Who's the tallest YouTuber you've met? Well, I'll tell you this much, it ain't Alpha Omega Sin. I'm 7 feet tall compared to Alpha Omega Sin. He's a little dude. He comes up to about right here on me. He's short. Short little guy. I mean, every single inch of him is muscle, but in a package about this big. Most of the guys that I have met from the gaming community, YouTubers, are taller than me. Almost all of them are over 6 feet tall. Billy from the Game Chasers, well over 6 feet. His cousin, Redneck Chris, well over 6 feet. Wood from Beat 'em Ups, he's got to be right at 6 feet or a little bit over it. 8-Bit Eric is shorter than me. Angry Video Game Nerd was maybe an inch taller than me. I thought he was going to be way taller than that, but he wasn't that much taller than me. Uh, Jay from the Game Chasers, he's maybe right about here compared to me. He's maybe an inch or two taller than me, but not. It's not really noticeable when we stand in front of each other. We're looking at each other right in the eyes, so it's just barely height difference. But most of the ones that I've met, like occasionally when Zombie shows up in here, the person Zombie that sometimes shows up in the chat, Zombie towers over me. A very much larger person than me. What do you think will be your next DBTS video? Well, if you guys could donate $46 in the next 32 minutes, it'll be Project Gotham Knights. But if y'all don't donate $46 in the next 30 minutes, it won't be. Metal Jesus Rocks is 6'5". Yeah, all these big, tall dudes. I've never thought of myself as short. Someone being taller than me has never really had any kind of effect on me. As far as all that, oh no, I feel so small now. But, you've seen, I've posted pictures of me standing with the Game Chasers. And, there's me and there's Jay right about the same. And then you got Billy way up here. Are you and 8-Bit Eric the same height? No, I'm taller than Eric. By about 2 or 3 inches, I'd say. In the past year, has there been a game you were pleasantly surprised by? Yeah, I thought I wasn't going to like Valkyrie Elysium very much, but I ended up liking it a lot better than I thought I would. You mean Souls-like game about a robot lady in steampunk France? That's Steel Rising. 7th, do you think Mike Matei from AVGN is amusing? I thought he was amusing on the show. I think some of the things that he did outside of the show, not that amusing. I'm bringing you the dog. She don't know why you've been in there so long. No, just hold on. The show's only going to be another 30 minutes. You can bring her to me after the show's over. I don't want her in here now. What are your thoughts on Sonic Frontiers? Haven't played it? Don't have the money to buy it. Yeah, Project Gotham Knights, lol. Gotham Knights will not end up in your DBTS catalog. It's a decent game. That depends on whether it lives up to my standards, Brother Natural, not yours. But let's be honest. You guys aren't going to donate $46 in the next 30 minutes. It's not going to happen. So this show is going to end in 26 minutes because y'all aren't going to do it. It would have already happened by now. Where'd I leave off? 7th, did you ever play Daymare 1998? No, I have not played Daymare 1998. I have no idea what that is. A video game trope that if I feel iffy towards that's on the verge of cliche is when bosses turn into regular enemies. Do you have a trope that makes you feel some type of way? Well, kind of in a similar vein, I hate when a game just reuses the same boss but maybe gives them a different weapon or does a color swap on them. I can't stand that shit. Oh, and I don't like the trope where you get to the last level and you have to fight through every boss of the game over again. I don't see the point of it. It just feels like needless padding at that point. It's just like a big FU to you. From Nancy, I'm 5'1". So that would mean that I'm like 7 inches taller than you. Eight inches if I'm wearing boots instead of sneakers. Thoughts on Games of War? I don't know what that is. Never say never, 7th. Ain't gonna happen. I would prefer Streamlabs to donate Darkstar because I get that money faster than if you donate it to with the using Super Chat. And on top of that, if you do Super Chat, YouTube keeps 30% of it. But if Super Chat is the only way you can do it, then I don't have a problem with it. I would just prefer Streamlabs because I get it faster and I get all of it instead of a chunk of it. What was the hardest platinum you've earned? Oh, God, I don't know. I can tell you one of the hardest was the original Infamous, and only because of how much of a pain in the ass the last boss fight was on the hardest difficulty. That was such a pain in the ass. I hated that boss fight. Ugh. Man, I'm having some... My neck is popping tonight. I don't know what I did to my neck. But whatever it wasn't good. One game that I really want to try is the new Star Ocean, because the gameplay on it looks kind of like Valkyrie Elysium, and I liked the gameplay in it. I just don't have, $60 to spend on it right now, because I bought the guitar and I'm still recovering from the guitar. What are some games you're looking forward to? Well, I'm looking forward to trying Evil West. I'm really looking forward to Tactics Ogre Reborn, because I loved the original game, and they've thrown in so many quality of life improvements. I'm really excited to play it. I haven't really dug into a Japanese strategy RPG in so long, so I'm really excited about that. I'll play God of War when I play God of War. I'll wait until 8th is done with it. Other than that, there's not really a whole lot on my radar right now. Not really a whole lot on my radar. My most hated game trope is multiple choice games where the outcome's the same no matter what you pick, or when the ending renders the entire game useless. $5 from Darkstar. Thank you, Darkstar. I appreciate it. I wonder why I didn't get a notice for that in the chat. Kind of weird. That puts us up to $19. So now we just need $41 more, and I can review Gotham Knights for you guys. But it's not going to happen. Appreciate it though, Darkstar. Thank you, sir. A boss fight that was really annoying was the second to last boss in Resident Evil 5 on hardest difficulty. That fight took me an hour to beat because it took so much ammo I had to keep scavenging. Well, let me just put it to you this way. By the time I actually beat the final boss of Infamous on the hardest difficulty, the next day I had to go buy a new controller. 7th, if you guys had the time and money, would you and 8th go camping in the woods? Neither of us, I don't think, give a shit about camping. Although 8th has expressed interest in going out to this park that's kind of out in the sticks here in Texas, because they say that there's no light pollution out there. So on a clear night, you can see all the, you can see the Milky Way, and you can see all the the different galaxies and constellations and all that stuff. So, when you go out of my door here at night, you can see a couple of stars and the moon, and that's it because of all the light pollution. How would you react if someone donated $1 million to you in your chat out of nowhere? I'd probably have a heart attack and die right there. Just put log in with YouTube. It's pretty easy. What is that in response to? No, I've never known anybody that's won the lottery. I mean, I've won on a couple of the scratch off tickets. You know, I've won from them a couple of times, a couple $100 over the last 40 years. I still use Netflix, yes. Any stories about what? Yeah, I wouldn't go camping because I wouldn't want to be around some of the critters, particularly bears and snakes, and mountain lions, cougars. I know Mr. Beast has done that kind of thing to random streamers before. Yeah, but I'm not big enough for Mr. Beast to even know who I am. So Mr. Beast is never going to donate shit to me. He would donate to some kid that was, a game streamer. And I'm just an old fart sitting and talking into a camera. He ain't donating shit to me. He'll never even know I exist. I don't think you're going to inspire anybody, Darkstar. We're in pre-recession. It is what it is. Money is tight. I get it. I get it. I just can't pop my neck. I'm kind of surprised that Jeff didn't show up in the chat tonight. Usually he'll take the time to hop in for a few minutes if he sees me streaming, but not this time. He must be really busy with whatever it is he's doing. Did you ever play? Yes, I played for a punk band back in the 90s. From 96 to 98. Use 8th to get Mr. Beast to donate. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. I have never been so lucky in such things, and I never will be. I've never had anything handed to me in my entire life. I've had to work for everything. 7th, do you think this recession can help build incentive for gaming companies to make better decisions? Well, that's pretty much what happened with the PS3, because if you'll remember, we had a pretty serious recession when the PS3 was out in 2008. What's your favorite game controller? Honestly, it'd probably be a toss-up between the DualSense and the second generation Saturn controller. I know it didn't have any kind of analog on it, but I just love that controller. I just loved the shape of it and the arrangement of it. It was one of my favorite controllers ever. Not the original Saturn one, but the secondary slimmer one. I really liked it. Ba-doop-a-doop-doo. 15 minutes to go, folks. 15 minutes, $41 short. $31 short of making me stream for another hour. Oh, yes, yes. Let's hope gamers can get some good stuff this gen. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Who can say with Jim Ryan at the helm? Who knows? Who knows? Man, I'm looking rough. I'll be glad when all of this is grown down to one length and it's not just all over the place. Darkstar donated another $7.77. Okay, so now I got to do the math because I'm terrible at math in my head. Oh, 14 plus $7.77. That's $21.77. So 50 minus $21.77 means we're $28.23 short of me staying another hour, and we're $38.23 short of me playing or reviewing Gotham Knights for you guys. Yeah, the Sega Saturn was dope. It's one of the most underappreciated consoles ever. You look good, 7th Ray. Oh, well, thanks, Chris. Yeah, the Saturn UI was pretty cool looking. Oh, my neck. My neck. Oh, goodness gracious. Come on, folks. We still got some time to kill. I shall sit and patiently await to see if that $31 and change shows up in the next 12 minutes. I don't think it will. Sega Saturn did have a fantastic 2D controller. That was my only complaint about the Dreamcast controller, was it only had one analog stick. That made it to where it wasn't much better to play than the N64. 7th, do you think that the SNES was the best 2D console and that PS2 is the best 3D console? No. I thought that the Sega Saturn was the best 2D console because, let's face it, most of the best games on the Sega Saturn were 2D. Favorite Bond actor and Bond movie? Kind of lean towards Pierce Brosnan with GoldenEye. Although I did really enjoy the most recent 3 of the Daniel Craig movies. I didn't like Casino Royale, and I didn't like Quantum of Solace, but I liked the last 3 he did. Seventh, do you like the new stuff like Marvel Star Wars stuff on Disney Plus, or is it all lame? Well, I like The Mandalorian. I liked Hawkeye. I haven't really liked anything outside of that. Did you and Eighth watch scary movies all month? We watched some, but we didn't really do anything for Halloween. I think Eighth went out and hung out with his friends, but he didn't do any trick or treating or anything like that. He just hung out and watched movies with his friends. And, you know, I watched a bunch of horror movies over the month of October, which I always do every year. And again, best one that I watched was definitely Terrifier 2. Goes without saying. Terrifier 2. Whoop, whoop, boo. Whoop, 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 whoop. Let me check something real quick. Just gotta go. No. Yeah. Okay. Trigger Witch was a good game. I haven't finished it, but I played a good piece of it. Thoughts on that indie comic book ISOM by Eric July and his response? I have no idea what that is. I haven't read it and never heard of it. Sorry, man. Sorry, brother. Got 8 minutes to go. Like I said, Ultra Steel, I don't think it's happening tonight. I don't think it's happening tonight. I don't think we're getting another $38 in the next 8 minutes. It's not happening. I don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of the night either, to be honest with you. Don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of the night, because after I'm done with this, I'm going to be too tired to play with any of my studio stuff. Let me look here real quick. Yeah. Streamlabs uses PayPal, huh? Well, it can. Yeah. But like I said, if you want Ultra Steel, if you were wanting to donate, you can use Super Chat. It'll just take longer for the money to get to me. But, you know, it all comes out in the end. It all comes out in the end. Are you familiar with both of the Crapcom and CapGod eras? Well, I'm familiar with Capcom all the way back to the origins of Capcom, so I'd say that's a safe bet. I'd say that's a safe bet. 5 minutes left, folks. 5 minutes left. Y'all gonna have any questions left for me? What is that? Fred Blurst, Virginia donated $37. So that means, that means that I've got to stay an extra hour, and two, whoever Fred Blurst is, and two, still $1 short of the goal to review Gotham Knights for you folks. I don't know who Fred Blurst is, but thank you, Fred Blurst. So y'all have got me for another hour. What y'all want to talk about? Somebody got to donate another $1 though, because he did 37 instead of 38. So we're $1 short. Somebody got to donate another $1 for me to do the Gotham. Fred Blur said, "Give me the Gotham," but he shorted me by $1. That's funny. That's funny. Up $2 from Gookie. Thank you, Gookie, or Gookai, or however the hell you pronounce that. I have no idea, but I appreciate it. So now I got to stay till 10 o'clock And I got to buy Gotham Knights and review it for you guys. Oh, that's right. Thank you for reminding me, Chris. It's been so long I forgot I even had this. Come on. Why is it so small? That should be like much bigger. I'm going to redo it. That was too small and it was in the wrong place. What the hell is that all about? We're doing it again. Come on. There we go. Stupid OBS. Your time has been extended. So, what do y'all want to talk about for another hour? Anything? Y'all let me know. Y'all can just stare at my lusciousness and my poorly kept mullet for the day. Oh, check out my shirt. It says, I'm your huckleberry. Appreciate y'all. Nothing but love. Nothing but love. Is wrestling real? It's real fun to watch. At least when it's good. Lately, though, it's all about the damn drama. All this stuff with CM Punk and all that crap. I haven't watched wrestling in several years, so. But, you know, it's all over my YouTube feed every time something happens, so shit. 7th, will there be a PS Vita 2? It's highly unlikely. I'm more likely to get remarried than there is for there to be a PS Vita 2. What VR games do you want to play? Well, nothing yet because they haven't announced that much. I don't really care about the Horizon one. Did you have an idea for a video game growing up? I once designed my own Mega Man sequel, and I'd come up with my own Mega Man bosses. The only one that I remember now was like Spider-Man, and it was basically like a spider body with the head of a the upper torso of a robot master stuck on top of it. And I also designed, I did like a little design Bible for a sequel to the NES Bionic Commando. I remember doing that too. And I changed his costume to where it was multicolored instead of solid green, and I created a bunch of better bosses for him to fight and stuff. Because the bosses with the exception of the final boss fight, the boss fights in Bionic Commando were pretty lame. Yeah, I saw Ghostbusters Afterlife. I liked it a whole lot. I enjoyed that one. I am contractually obligated to let y'all know that let's see, where's my calculator? So let's see, 2177 plus 37.23 plus $2. So far, $61 even has been donated today. So that means 14 more dollars, and I have to stay till 11. Just letting y'all know that. Imagine a Jackman. I don't want to imagine that, Chris. Hi, Ben. A little late to the party there, pal. But that's why I leave these things up, so you can watch the archive. Remind me the next time I do this to bring 2 bottles of water in here instead of just one, in case it gets extended. 'Cause shit. Ooh. I'm getting a wee bit thirsty. Show you some of the stuff that I've picked up lately. I bought this. Well, it's out of my reach. I bought a microphone stand to work with this microphone for recording my audio. This is a Shure SM58. They're really good as a studio mic. And then so I bought a microphone stand only to find out the microphone stand doesn't come with a microphone holder. So I had to buy a microphone holder, right? I had to buy a power adapter for this foot pedal because this foot pedal normally runs off batteries and doesn't come with the power adapter. Then I had to buy a microphone cable because the microphone didn't come with a microphone cable. Then I had to buy a patch cable to run from my effects pedal to my audio interface because neither the audio interface nor the effects pedal came with a patch cable. Yeah, that's what most of my money has gone through recently is rebuilding, properly building this little mini good enough for punk rock home studio that I've done here. All going to run through Reaper because I don't have the money for Pro Tools. Jeff knows this, but Jeff also said, well, I ain't learning Reaper, and I don't blame him. He's used Pro Tools most of his, ever since Pro Tools came out, so I'm not expecting him to learn a new thing just to help me out. Walmart goodies. 7th, I heard Andrew's Spidey and Toby Spidey are returning. Thoughts? I think they might show up in cameos or whatnot. I don't think they're going to get their own movies like was briefly discussed. Oh, and by the way, in case y'all want to see it, the foot pedal that I've been talking about is this bad boy right here. This is the Boss ME80. Yes, it's not like the newest hotness out there, but I prefer this interface. The new multi-effects pedals that they have out there nowadays, they have like, a touch screen and you have to go through all these menus to select what you want. I don't like that. I like pedals and dials. I want to be able to just quickly flip a switch. That's the effect I want. So even though this thing came out 8 years ago, I found one new in a box on Musician's Friend and I bought it. And it's a badass. I'll be able to do all sorts of fun shit with this thing. Y'all can trust me on that. Wait till you hear some of the shit that I end up pulling out of this thing for my first song that I do. Originally written and performed by Billy Chaser himself. You just wait. You just wait. It's gonna be very interesting. There we go. Got you back where you're supposed to be. I actually bought that a year ago with my with some of my bonus money from the previous year. I think it was $350. I think it's the most money I've ever spent on a foot pedal. I'll tell you that much. But this basically. For any of you who play guitar, this has like all of the best effects from all the individual effects pedals that Boss has ever put out, all in one thing. So I can just multi-turn on whatever I want, jack them in. I can like save presets. So if I want a song to have kind of a 70s sound, I can turn on all the stuff that gives it a 70s sound, save it as a preset. So I don't have to readjust all the knobs every time. I can just switch from preset to preset. It does all of that. And without having like a touch screen with a bunch of little folders and crap in it that I have to navigate through. Screw that. I like dials and pedals. That's how I like to work. Do you still have those games you made like the Spot? No, that's years ago when I was a kid. I play air guitar. What movie sequels do you think are trash? Well, I think a lot of sequels are trash. I think every Never-Ending Story after the first one was garbage. Uh, but the most recent one that comes to mind that was the most disappointing to me was The Conjuring 3. That movie is a piece of shit. You know, it didn't even come close to being as good as the first one, much less the second one. The second one was great. But Conjuring 3 was a sad sack of shit. That was a terrible movie. What was the first instrument you ever learned how to play? Drums. My dad was a sessions drummer, and but by the time I came along, he had given up drumming professionally. Aside from the fact that he started playing drums for a gospel quartet, a Southern Gospel Quartet. He played drums for them, and he would play the drums at the church that I grew up in. And so when I was little, he'd sit me on his knee while he was playing the drums. And sometimes he'd put the sticks in my hands, and then he'd wrap his hands over my hands and play drums with my hands. And then after he did that for a while, this was when I was around 3 or 4 years old, he'd lift his hands away, and I was still keeping the time. And that's when he told me, he's like, I knew you'd be a natural musician. But at the same time, he was like, but I didn't want you to learn drums, really, because drums are more expensive and hard to keep up and whatnot. I wanted you to not have to carry around so much gear and blah, blah, blah. And that's why I suggest you learn to play guitar instead. But I did learn. I wasn't like a pro at playing drums, but I learned the basics of it. At least, you know, how to keep time, how they all worked, what they were for, and everything, just from sitting on my dad's lap while he played. Does Eighth play any instruments? He is currently learning guitar. He has his own guitar. It's an Ibanez I bought for him. And I've basically given him this little amp. He can come in and get it anytime he wants, because I ain't going to be using it anymore. If I want to listen to myself play from now on, I'm going to be jacking into this ME80 and then plugging headphones into it, and that's how I'll hear it. Because I don't have the money or the space for a half stack. And that little practice amp is good for, practice. But for really rocking out, you got to have, I'm old school. I got to have a half stack. I can't handle any of this little twin 8 shit. I got to have a half stack. And they don't really make them affordable anymore. Back in the day, you could walk into a music studio and buy a crate half stack, 130 watt half stack, 412s for about $500 to $600. You can't do that nowadays. Nowadays, it's like, $2,000 for the head, and then another $600 at least for the cabinet. So there's no point anyway, because I'm not in a band anymore. What's the darkest or most depressing moment for you in a video game? When I can't win. Like I said, I don't get emotionally affected by video games, so I don't really have anything like that. But I do get pissed off if I try to go up against something and it gets the best of me. I mean, eventually I can get past it, but if I don't do it on the first try, I get pissed off at myself. Why is that the case when music's mostly digital? Shouldn't they be cheaper? Well, digital doesn't really have any effect on having an amplifier that you can plug into your guitar and just play out of, Chris. And on top of that, in the world of guitar, there are people that like solid state amplifiers, meaning that they're completely digital circuits on the inside, and there are people that still prefer tube-based amplifiers, and so tube bass still gets made, and there's not really a hell of a whole lot of difference in price when comparing uh, a solid state amp to a tube amp. I told 8th not to bring in the dog until I didn't want the dog in here until after I was done with the show. And then y'all extended it by an hour. So there you go. You got to understand, this little dog is an extremely jealous dog, okay? Anything that takes my attention away from that dog, she don't like it. So if I'm in my recliner and she's sitting on my chest and I have a controller in my hand and I'm playing a video game, she will walk up here and lay her face against my face to intentionally block my view of the game so that I will pause it and pet her. Now, how do you think she's going to react me talking to you guys? How do you think she's going to react? Exactly. What video game genre you don't participate in anymore? I couldn't tell you the last time I played a sports game. I'm mostly out of racing games. Forza Horizons 5 was the last one I played because nothing has really scratched my racing itch since Burnout Paradise. And nothing else will really, really scratch it except for Burnout Paradise 2. I don't play simulations. I don't play the farming games. I'm not really into real-time strategy as much as I used to be. I think the last time I was into a real-time strategy game was a rip-off of Warcraft 3 that was based on Lord of the Rings. It was called War of the Ring, and that was the last time I spent any amount of time with a real-time strategy type game. Well, it's not a fella, it's a her. But yeah, she's doing all right. Do you listen to vinyl? I don't have my own record player. 8th has a record player that I bought him for Christmas a year or two ago. And so he has a pretty decent record collection going. And every now and again, I'll buy him an album from like my childhood because I just want him to have it. And whereas some of them he hasn't given a shit about, most of the stuff that I've bought for him, he's ended up liking it. Like we went to this huge retro store down in Cedar Park, and they sell like games, action figures, collectibles, records, just about anything you can imagine. And we went in there and went through their records selection, and I found him a couple of albums by Survivor that were pretty cheap. And it was my two favorite Survivor albums, in fact. When Seconds Count, and I can't remember the name of the other one. But I bought those for him, and he ended up liking those. So, you know, I know any time that I wanted to sit and listen to some records, I could just go into his room and hang out with him, and he'd put them on the record player, and we'd sit and do whatever while listening to records. And his stereo is loud enough to where, you know, he could play a record on his stereo, and you'd hear it all over the house. Because he's got those big, ginormous Technique speakers from my 30-something-year-old, maybe 20-something-year-old stereo system. And he still has some of the Technique's components for that, like the 5-disc changer, the twin tape deck, the actual receiver needs a little bit of work. Some of its knobs aren't working right, but he ended up replacing it with a more powerful receiver anyway. So he gets and on top of that, he's got this big, massive subwoofer that he's got hooked up to it too. So that stereo is freaky loud. Yeah, it's a beast. I'm surprised that he hasn't pissed off the neighbors. But then again, he actually spends more of his time listening to stuff with his headphones on than he does coming out of his stereo. So, what were your thoughts on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? What, the remake? It was alright. I wasn't over the moon for it. Will PS5 have backwards compatibility with older well, they kind of sort of have it already. If you're signed up to the right tier for PSN, then you get PS2, PS1, and PS3 games. Most of it's PS3. There's only a handful of PS1 and PS2 so far. They're kind of dropping the ball on that regard. In that regard, me, I don't really understand why they can't just allow you to put the disc in and play it. You know, the PS3 could do PS1, the PS3 could do PS1 and PS2, but then again, it could do PS2 because it actually had the PS2 chipset built into it, the original model anyway. But I don't really see why they couldn't just add emulators to the OS so that you could just pop a PS1 or a PS2 disc in and play it. I don't see the problem with that. It would work. The PS5 could handle that easily. Easily. The Sega CD was a financial fail, but it had it had a great library. There was a lot of great games on Sega CD. No, I don't like Nickelback. Made me think of a dad joke. You ready? What's a concert that you can go see for 45 cents? 50 Cent and Nickelback. Xbox did not really master the art of backwards compatibility. Not really. True backwards compatibility is, I have the game on the shelf, I take the game out of the shelf, I put it in the system, and it plays it. Neither the Series S nor the Series X do that. They can do it with some Xbox 360 games, but not all. In fact, not even 50% of the 360 games will work on the Xbox Series S or X. Why? Because of licensing. Because when you put, for the ones they do support, when you put that disc in, you're not playing the game off the disc. It just verifies that you own it, and then it downloads a new version of that game onto your system. And if they can't get the license from the original license holder to make that all digital version of the game, then you're not playing it on your new system. So no, they did not master backwards compatibility, not even close. There hasn't been a master of backwards compatibility since the 60 gig PS3. That's been the best example of backwards compatibility ever on a console, because it played PS3, PS2, and PS1 right off the disc without you having to spend a dime or download a thing. And I'm not trying to shoot you down there, Fred Blurst, after your very gracious donation. I'm just saying, they get a lot more credit for their backwards compatibility than what they've actually earned. Red Hot Chili Peppers never liked them either. I used to be sweet on a girl that liked Red Hot Chili Peppers. Especially Anthony Kiedis, or however his name is pronounced. She used to tell me, if I ever had the opportunity to get up on stage with him, I would lick the sweat right off of his back. That's what she told me. Yeah. But no, I never liked Red Hot Chili Peppers. And I pop my neck. I can hear it crunching when I do this. When I do this, I hear this crunching noise. It's been a long time since I've sat in this chair for this long. And like I said, after losing 40 pounds, my ass cheeks are not as big as they used to be. And so I sit in this chair for this long, and I start to feel it up in my nuggets. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got as much cushion back there. And this chair doesn't exactly have a really plush seat. So, yeah. Yeah. Y'all ain't asking questions. Y'all gotta ask the questions, y'all. It's weird. I've tried the whole put an extra cushion in the chair or put an extra pillow in the chair, but when I do that, then all of a sudden I like have a lower spine pain. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with that. Seventh, do you think if the G4 Frost drama never happened, G4 could have been slightly successful niche outlet for games? I think it was going to die regardless. She just made it die a lot faster. Because, like I said, there's literally thousands of channels on YouTube that do what G4 did back in the day and do it better. So they were completely superfluous. There was no need for G4 to come back. No need at all. It was absolutely unneeded. And so it was going to die sooner or later. Frost just opened her mouth and went off script and made it happen a little bit faster. What was your favorite subject in school? English. I was a writer. No, I've never been outside the U.S. Not even to Canada. It's just an opportunity that's never presented itself. I mean, at one point there was talk in the company of flying me up to Canada to train some people, but it fell through. It never happened. So, whatever. So I almost went to Canada, but then I ended up not going to Canada. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yep. But if seventh, what if G4 added a twist with the revival? I don't know. Maybe they could have brought it. No, it would have died. Would have died the same way. And not least of all because some of their most prominent people were people that already had YouTube channels that people were just going to go to their channels to watch. Like Scott the Woz or The Completionist. Why would they need to watch them on G4 when all of their best material was on their own channel already? It was doomed. Nothing short of it being exactly what it was when it first came out would have made it last any longer, and it still would have died. If that channel had revived and they had X-Play with Sessler and Morgan Webb, still would have died. Attack of the Show with Olivia Munn still would have died. Might have lasted a little longer, but it still would have died. It was doomed before it ever went live. Just wasn't going to happen. Just wasn't going to happen. There's too much being done better on YouTube already. It was destined to get lost in the mix. And with the current political climate, it couldn't be what it once was because, the vocal minority will of the political correct crowd wouldn't stand for the irreverent humor of the original channel. I mean, look how much of a stink they got when Frost got up there and did her whole sexism and gaming thing, and then they turned around and they had Amaranth swimming around in a wading pool of plastic balls in a bikini. Not only did it make them come across as massive hypocrites, but the the purple hairs came out against that pretty hard too. So then they were getting attacked by both sides. Because no one in this country has a sense of humor anymore. At least not anyone that has the loudest voices anyway. But that's leaning too far into politics. I don't want to get into that. That's leaning a little too far into the politics, and I want to stay out of that. Code Monkeys. I remember watching that. Thinking back on Code Monkeys, it reminds me of like one of my favorite animated shows from that not exact time period, but general time period, because I tend to loop everything from 2000 to 2010 in the same era. And that was C-Lab 2021. God, I loved that show. I really loved that show. I thought it was hilarious. What do you think of the Grand Theft Auto 6 leaks? No. Because they're talking about, it's got to be more diverse, and it's got to be more inclusive, and it's got to be more understanding for the modern day audience. In other words, take all of the uncouth R-rated humor out of it, which is the whole point of playing Grand Theft Auto, because otherwise it's kind of subpar. If you take out all the perverse humor from it, it's just another generic third-person open-world game. So, no. I didn't like Donkey Kong 64. I didn't like it because you only had one analog stick and it was a 3D game. So controlling it versus the camera got on my nerves super fast. That's why I barely have anything for the N64 today. Because most of the games I considered marginally playable at best. It's like once you got your hands on a DualShock, you could never go back to play N64. It just... No. What happened to Sworn to Secrecy? I don't know what you're talking about there, Chris. What are some of your favorite video game soundtracks? ActRaiser, Thunder Force 3, Mega Man 2, Bionic Commando, the Uncharted series, Skyrim. Those are the ones that immediately come to mind. Oh, and God of War. You ever played the Watch Dogs trilogy? Nope. I have them. We own all three. Haven't played a single one. I told you, my backlog is God tier. My backlog is ridiculous. I could stop buying games now, and I'd probably have something new to play right up until the day I died. It's that bad. I have well over 2,000 physical games at this point. And I haven't played a good chunk of them. I'm thinking that at some point I'm going to have this tattoo redone, because what happened here, I mean, it's barely legible at this point because how much the color is faded on it. And the reason the color is faded on it like this is because I gained so much weight that it spread the skin out, and that diluted the the coverage of the ink, so it faded the color out and the shading and everything. So from a distance, it just kind of looks like a big blob, multicolored blob. But I mean, you can still make out the skeleton there and whatnot right there. There's the skull, and there's the little skulls around it, and there's the zombie hand with 7th carved across it and everything. But I don't think anything about Overwatch 2 because I didn't play Overwatch 1. Castlevania Symphony of the Night has a great soundtrack too. Anyway, this tattoo looked a lot better when I wasn't a total fat ass. And I've lost a lot of weight, but I haven't lost any of the weight in my arms. All the weight that I mean, if you look at my face, I haven't really lost the additional weight in my face either. All of the weight that I've lost, it's coming out of the backs of my legs and my ass cheeks. I've lost a lot of weight in my ass and my legs. I haven't lost any weight in my arms. I haven't lost any weight in my face. And my gut's not really that much smaller either. Although, you know, my shirts are a lot baggier than they were, so I assume I've lost some. It's just not enough to where you can see it visually. I wish I could just, like, rapid fire this shit and just wake up in the morning and be 130 pounds lighter than I am. But no, it's just trickling off. I mean, I could probably speed the process up with more exercise, even if it was just like walking on this treadmill behind me more often. But who the hell's got time for that shit? I'm working all the time. I have a weightlifting machine out in my garage. I couldn't tell you the last time I was in my garage. And plus, my garage isn't heated and it's about to be wintertime. But yes, I should be going out there at least 30 minutes a day and doing some weightlifting, but I'm not. I'm not. Because by the time I get done with work, all I want to do is the stuff I really want to do. And so exercise just kind of goes out the back door of my brain. I know you don't like stealth games. That being said, have you played Metal Gear Solid Revengeance? Revengeance? No, I have not. I haven't played a Metal Gear Solid game since Metal Gear Solid 4 on the PS3. That was the last one that I played. I'm just not big on stealth games, man. I don't like them. I want a mullet now. My mullet's looking like shit because I didn't style it right this morning. I hopped into the shower and I didn't want to take the time to dry it, so I just let it air dry. And like I said at the beginning of the show, if I don't dry my hair with a hair dryer, then my hair curls up and goes in like all these different directions. So it is what it is. Eventually it'll get long enough to where I can tie it up in a ponytail, and it ain't gonna matter one way or the other. But because I've just gotten bored with having to shave my head every week. And I've gotten lazy, and that's why I have all of this now. It's because I've just gotten lazy. If you like Ninja Gaiden, you'll like Metal Gear Solid Revengeance a lot. I think it's... Oh, you're talking about... I was thinking of something else. You're talking about the one that Platinum Games did. It's not called Metal Gear Solid Revengeance. It's called something else. Metal Gear something Revengeance. Can't remember the full name of it. It's just a long, ridiculous name. The one where you're playing as Raiden and you're running around slicing people up. Yes, I've played that one. I beat it on PS3 years ago. But it's not a stealth game. It's more like playing, God of War, Devil May Cry. It's that style of game. But I would stress again, if you have a PS5 or even a PS4 and you got $10 lying around, go pick up a copy of Shatter. It's a fun game. It's got good music too. And it has boss fights in it. It's a fun game. I likes it a lot. Man, am I ever going to get that Turk 182 poster hung up? I don't know. Probably not, because I rent this house and don't own it. So I'm allowed to put up posters, but not big heavy things where I have to actually drill holes into the studs. So it's just going to have to sit there. But when I'm eventually able to buy my own house, I'm going to slap that sucker right up above the fireplace. 7th, would you say you have mastered the concept of solitude? You seem pretty chill and content, especially during the pandemic, I noticed. Yeah. I rarely go outside, man. I'm good. All of my friends live 3 hours away from me, so aside from hanging out with 8th, going to movies and stuff like that, I got no reason to go anywhere. It's cheaper just to hang out here and play video games and watch movies. I'm good. I've always been, but I was born an only child, man. I didn't have any brothers and sisters. I just had tons of cousins that would occasionally come over. So, I spent most of my childhood, sitting alone in my room or, either that or going down the street to play with other kids in the neighborhood. But the vast majority of my time was sitting in my room doing my own thing. And so that's really how I am comfortable, is sitting in my own room doing my own thing. Alone with my thoughts. I like to hang out with 8th. And, when I am involved with a female, I like hanging out with the female. But otherwise, I like my personal time. Alone with my thoughts. Because my thoughts are awesome. Most scary movie you've ever seen? Oh. That's hard to judge, TFP, because I'm so desensitized nowadays that movies don't scare me. Horror movies just don't freak me out. It's like I typically know when a jump scare is coming, so I don't even get hit by the jump scares most of the time. Every now and again, one surprises me. So that's kind of hard for me to gauge. I can talk about when I was younger and what movies scared me, but that doesn't really mean anything. Like, The Exorcist, the original TV version of the Salem's Lot is the first memory I have of watching a horror movie, and it scared me to death. If you could afford it, what country would you visit? Japan. Have you played Multiversus? No. 8th has played it a lot. I haven't played it at all. Reason I ask 7th is because I may choose the celibate lifestyle and just chill and do my own thing. Was that easy for you? Well, I've never had a celibate lifestyle. From the time that I was old enough to I was pretty active. I'm not in a relationship and haven't been since me and Sarah split up. But, I have my means if the mood doth strike me and without having to pay for it. So, it is what it is. I'm just not interested in being in a relationship because I've been there, done that. And on top of that, at my age, I'm not exactly what a female would be looking for long term. I'm a little too set in my ways. I like having my life in a set way with everything, a place for everything and everything in its place. And, I am not at the point in my life where I would be willing to compromise on the level that a relationship would require. What did you think of the Last of Us remake? 8th bought it. I haven't played it. What's the movie with the redhead girl that burns stuff up? I don't remember a redhead girl burning stuff up. The movie I remember with a girl burning stuff up, it was blonde-headed girl, and that was Drew Barrymore, and it was called Firestarter. A remake of it came out like this year or last year, and it sucked ass. Maybe you're thinking of Carrie, but she didn't literally burn anything up. She had telekinesis. She could make things move with her mind, and some stuff got knocked over and caused an electrical fire, and then the school caught fire. But she didn't have literally the power to set things on fire. She could just move stuff around. Sorry, 7th, I meant was the solitude aspect easy for you. Well, yeah, it's easy for me because I grew up being alone a lot of the time. So for me, that's my normal. I would visit Japan for the culture, not just the food. See the sights. Go to all their theme parks. Go see a Japanese movie in a Japanese theater with Japanese people. And the food, yes. But mostly just for the culture and the sights. Yeah, the ending of Carrie had a pretty effective jump scare in it. One of the most effective from back in the day. My personal favorite jump scare of all time is the hallway scene in Exorcist 3. And if you've seen Exorcist 3, you know the exact scene that I'm talking about. But I can tell you this much. If I lived up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area instead of down here in Austin, I'd be hanging out with Billy and Jay every chance that I got because they're friends of mine. But they live 3 hours away, so I haven't seen them in 2 years because I didn't go to the conventions this year. I'm hoping to go next year, but this year it just wasn't in the cards. So, do you ever wonder what's going on with the Borderlands movie? No. No. Video game based movies don't even get on my radar until they actually come out. I don't think about them. I don't speculate about them because if I don't think about them, then I won't get annoyed by it. We got 15 minutes left, folks. 15 minutes. Yeah. 15 minutes. 15 minutes left. This has been a fun show. I've had fun talking with you guys. It's been too long. Too long, but that's the way life has gone for me. Hopefully it'll be better next year. I've crossed a few of these health hurdles. Maybe it'll be better next year. I want to lose more weight. I want to get this album recorded. What do you think of the Sonic movies? I thought they were pretty fun. They were pretty fun. I don't know how this third one's going to be with if what they're saying is true and Robotnik really is dead and Jim Carrey ain't coming back. If that's true, then I don't know how good this third one will be because so much of what made the previous two good was Jim Carrey. In fact, I may rewatch part 2 tonight. May rewatch it. Don't remind anyone, Ultra Steel. Don't remind anyone. I might have missed it, but could you rank the Nightmare on Elm Street movies from best to worst? Best is the first one. Let's see. Number 1, the first one. Number 2, the third one. Number 3, the fourth one. Number 5, the second one. Number 6. Wait a minute, I've screwed it up somehow. I'm gonna have to whip out Notepad so I keep track of it in my brain. I told you this medication can make me a little wonky. Hold on just a second. Where's my Notepad? All right, so number 1 is 1. Number 2 is 3. Number 3 is 4. Number 4 is 2. Number 5 is 5. And number 6 is 6. It's my least favorite of the bunch. I don't consider Wes Craven's New Nightmare to be an actual part of the series. And nor do I consider the remake an actual part of the series. So, there you go. You're my new friend, even though I've known you on here for 2 years, but I think you are a pretty cool and funny guy. Appreciate it. Name a movie series that has a bad first movie, but a good sequel. Star Trek. Star Trek 1 was pretty meh. Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan, was better in every imaginable way. So it's been fun talking with you, but by the way, I have autism, if you did not know already, though. Well, not to disparage you at all, but nowadays it seems like half the people I know have some form of it or another. So that doesn't even come into play for me as far as how I choose to interact with people or who I choose to be friends with. So I wouldn't stress it too much. Seventh, what's up with those new Halloween Michael Myers movies? Are they good? No. Seventh, would show or movie needs a Cobra... Oh, what show or movie needs a Cobra Kai revival? The Goonies. The Goonies. Imagine the Goonies and they're all parents and their kids are just as crazy as they were and they're having to chase after those kids. Whereas the parents in the original Goonies, they were clueless and had no idea what the hell was going on. These parents would be different and they'd be chasing after their kids trying to stop them. And that would be pretty fun. It's not that I hate the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street. It's just without them getting silly like the original series eventually did, they still could have put a little bit more humor in it. Just a little bit. Because even the original had some humor in it. Yeah, that guy was on another level. Ultra Steel. You know, there's a difference between wanting to be your friend and wanting to be your friend. I like being friends. I don't like being friends. Oh, hello, bud. I did not see you come in. And you're not going to see me for much longer because we've only got about 9 minutes left. Zachary, he sent me pictures of elephants doing things, along with pictures of elephants and humans doing things. Yeah. Well, there's been rumors forever, Chris, that the original writer of The Last Starfighter was going to either make a new movie or a new series that continued from the movie. I don't know exactly where they're at now, but they did have a whole lot of concept art that came out a couple of years ago. Do you smoke weed? No. I used to smoke weed back in the 90s. And then at the last Retropalooza I went to, one of the guys there, and it wasn't one of the Game Chasers, it was just another YouTuber. He had weed condensed into a vape unit. I don't know what kind of weed it was. He called it snacky cakes or zebra cakes. He called it zebra cakes. And he offered me to take a hit of it. And I'm sitting there working for Jay, helping set up the retro console section. And I take a hit off that thing, and within 15, 20 minutes, all of a sudden my heart rate shoots through the roof, and I can hear my heart rate hammering in my left ear, like this. And I happen to look across the convention floor, all the way to the other side of the convention hall, and I'm able to read the fine print on a poster that's hanging on the wall a good 200 feet away from me. That's how messed up this stuff got me. And 16-bit Pete walked past me and saw that I was having an adverse reaction to it. And he said, "Come on, man, let's go get you some water." So we went to the convenience machines, and I couldn't get my dollar into the slot. I had to take my wrist like this and steady my hand enough to where I could get the dollar in there. I picked the bottle of water. We went walking back towards the convention floor, and I said, "Pete, I'm going to go to the bathroom." And I went into one of the stalls, and I sat down on the toilet, and I took a swig of that water, and then I looked down at my watch, and from the moment I went into the bathroom to the moment I looked at my watch, an hour had gone by. I had lost an hour like that. And so, no, I don't smoke weed. I think the medications that I'm on have some kind of weird reaction to weed that caused that. I don't think it was like the potency of whatever his zebra cakes was. I think it's just the medications that I'm on caused me to have some kind of weird adverse reaction to it. Do I like Disturbed the band? Yeah, they're pretty good. I'm surprised you don't do film reviews. They're a little harder to do because they make it a lot more easy for you to get copyright flagged. Even if all you do is like take their trailer and talk over their trailer, they can still flag you for that. Yeah, zebra cakes, whatever that was, it messed me up. People talk about, weed makes you mellow, and that was always my experience before. But whatever that was, it had the effect of speed on me. It jacked my heart rate up through the roof. And I didn't pass out, but I zoned out for an hour sitting on a toilet, and then looked at my watch and an hour had gone by. What is up with that? Narakami, hi there. How's it going, sir? We got 4 minutes left. What if you did them like Chris Stuckman? Nobody would watch it because the algorithm has me stuck as gamer channel that nobody watches. So even if I made movie reviews, no one would watch them. My time has passed, man. The algorithm has sealed my fate. It doesn't want me to get views. So there's no point. No point. Three minutes. Yeah, I don't really drink alcohol either. I used to have an alcoholic beverage during the 7thCast. I drink a Jack Daniel's Blackjack Cola. But I don't even do that anymore because the medication I'm on, you're not supposed to drink alcohol when you're on that medication. Not because it necessarily mess you up, but because the effect on the liver could negate some of the effect of the medication. So I can't drink alcohol anymore. Can't drink alcohol. Did I watch Welcome Back, Kotter? I watched reruns of it on WGN when I was a kid. I'm not quite that old, Dark Star, but I saw reruns of it when I was a kid on WGN because we got that cable channel, even though that's Chicago and I was in Chattanooga. I'd watch Welcome Back, Kotter and Good Times and The Jeffersons and, all those old sitcoms from the 70s and early 80s. I'd watch reruns of them, and I'd watch reruns of some of the ones from the 60s, like The Munsters, The Addams Family, Car 54, Where Are You, that kind of thing. Dobie Gillis. I don't mean crap to me, video game lover, because I don't pay attention to sports. What are you hoping for with Ragnarok? More of what I got in the previous game. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Do you like Mountain Dew? No, I am not Boogie2988. I don't like Mountain Dew. When I was a kid, I preferred Mellow Yellow, but I don't drink any of that kind of thing anymore. Every now and again I'll have a zero sugar soda, but because of my kidneys and my bladder and all that, soda is highly discouraged. So for me, it's mostly water and tea. Water and tea. What do you think of Spy? I haven't really watched Spy Family, Zach. Not exactly my kind of anime. All right, well, it's 10 o'clock. And we are $14 short from the 11 o'clock goal. So this is where we are going to part ways. Again, sorry I've been gone so long, but sometimes life gets in the way. What can I say? It would be nice to be back next Saturday, but I can't guarantee it. Just cross your fingers and hope for the best. And if I am able to stream again next Saturday, it'll be same 7th time, same 7th channel, all right?